Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, und einen herzlichen guten Willkommen bei Motorsport Arena in Mülsen für die erste Rennwochenende für die Saison 2020 bei der Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Mein Name ist Alex Goldschmidt, ich werde der Sprecher für die ganze Saison über die nächsten 3 Rennwochenende und ich freue mich sehr gerne über die Rennaktion dieses Wochenende. Soweit haben wir 6 verschiedene Klassen und auch 88 Teilnehmer hier in Mülsen. Gestern war es große sonnig und auch soweit mit Temperaturen über 30 Grad. Aber dieses Morgen kam ein Sturm und ganz voller Regen. Damit gibt es etwas anderes für die Neuigkeiten hier in Mülsen. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the opening round of the heavily amended 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, broadcasting live via the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, the new commentator for the 2020 season. 88 different drivers in 6 different classes. We're about to get underway with effectively Zeittraining, which is effectively, in English terms, qualification. We have 29 races over the next 2 days, full of action. And the wet weather conditions that quite literally hit the area, the Saxony area, quite hard, has provided us with temperatures just around 20 degrees Celsius, a significant amount of rain, which is still falling as we speak. But we'll get things truly underway here on the official live stream for Rotax Max Challenge Germany, as we'll get the first of our 29 races underway post-qualification. So thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are in the world, and a very, very wet welcome here in Saxony.
nicht so heute. Großteil der Gruppe draußen ist, soll ich dann schon Vorstart oder auf die letzten noch warten? Ich glaube, das können wir mal üben, oder?
Hallo und herzlich willkommen in Mülsen für die erste Rennwochenende der Saison 2020 bei der Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Nach einer langen Pause, nach der ersten Phase der Pandemie, gehen wir schon wieder mit Rennaction hier in Sachsen. Mein Name ist Alex Goldschmidt, Ihre neue Sprecher für diese Saison, und jetzt werde ich auf Englisch widersprechen. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Arena E in Mülsen for the first of 3 rounds of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. After a 4-month wait, we are ready to go racing here. 29 races over the course of the next 2 days with 6 classes, 88 total drivers here at the circuit. And we did have rainfall, quite a substantial amount this morning with a thunder and lightning storm. But the first race of the season, long awaited, about to get underway. Here is your starting grid. Micromax, first of 3 races today. On pole position will be the number 12 of Niklas Casarino, and he will have Tom Reger in the 88 alongside. Then it's Alexander Klugel in the 80 and Kenyon Washington in the 14, row 2. Christos Malakos and Oleg Lan in the 27 and 18, that is row number 3. Then we have Maxim Becker and Noah Janssen in the 55 and the 31. That's row 4. And completing the top 10 will be Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95 and Matthias Schulte in the 50. Maximilian Pilch and Leopold Juch round out the 12 strong. 9 minutes on the clock will be set on the timer, plus an additional lap. So they are currently on their sighting lap, and when they cross the start line this time, it will be the formation lap, 2x2 rolling start formation. And once the race director gives us the go-ahead, the red lights will go out on the starting gantry. So the track itself that has been in operation for just over a year, 1,315 meters in length, with its fair share of challenges, as the drivers will not only be battling between themselves on the circuit, but also the weather conditions. We had a significant amount of rainfall this morning, coupled with thunder and lightning in the Saxony area. So Casarino and Reger will keep the pace at the front of the 12-strong grid. They'll now head into the double right-hander that will lead onto the start-finish straight. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry for the first of 29 races this weekend. Each class will compete in 3 respective races as they come out of the final corner. The revs rise. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time for Rotax Max Challenge Germany, it's lights out, we are racing. Heading down through towards the first double right-hander. And there has been a spinner that makes that 2 out of turn 2 there. Make that 3 carts, yellow flags briefly waved. As they now go into the mid part of the circuit. And another spinner on the other side as one's gone off grass tracking to the right-hand side of the circuit, but manages to get the cart back. And there's a great battle now for second place, as the second place driver now just went off of the curbs coming through the chicane, as the leader now has a considerable gap and takes a long glance as we've had a shortcut taken over the chicane. One driver spinning 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Tricky weather conditions on the circuit. There are standing water puddles on parts of the track as well. Coming into the penultimate corner, we've had one driver now also having dramas as our leader now crosses the line. It is the number 12 of Niklas Casarino, who has a healthy gap, and Kenyon Washington now in second position. Tom Heger in third place ahead of Alexander Klügel. Gabriel Hoffmann now up into 5th place ahead of Noah Janssen, Oli Glan, Leopold Juch and Maxim Becher, with Matthias Schulte rounding out the top 10. With Christos Malakos and Maximilian Pilch in the reverse order of that. So Pilch now in 11th position. And it looks like we've had our first retirement of the race weekend, which is Christos Malakos on the far part of the circuit. The cart is out of the racing line. So on lap 2, Niklas Casarino now making his way towards the right-hander to put him onto the start-finish straight. Gap last time around between first and second was just over 3.3 seconds. So Casarino goes through the slight kink right-hander at turn 1. Gap now up by, 1.4 seconds. 6 minutes and 16 plus an additional lap left to go. And there is a 3-cart battle for 6th position. And that's being led by Noah Janssen as Maxim Becher tries to get past Oli Glan on the infield. The drivers taking respectively very different lines to try and get the maximum amount of traction coming out of the corners. As Noah Janssen coming under pressure from Oli Glan going into the chicane, and there looks to be a little bit of a shortcut there by the 31. As I've just seen that Tom Heger has now passed Kenyon Washington heading into the penultimate corner for second place. But Casarino leading the way. Head down, accelerator buried to the floor, across the start-finish line. Sets a 1 minute 15.460. Washington now trying to go on the counter-offensive against Tom Reger. Heading into turn 2. Washington up the inside of the number 88 and spins, trying to make the maneuver happen. And we've had a 5-second penalty handed to Noah Janssen in the 31. That'll be added to the driver's race time. But Casarino about to go through into the back part of the circuit. Tom Reger in second place. Looks like Alexander Klugel in the number 80 rounds out the top 3. So we've gone over half of the race time distance so far. 4 minutes and 5 seconds, plus an additional lap still remaining to go. As Nicolas Casarino continues to have a considerable lead, crosses the line, and will now start lap number 5 of this first of 3 Micromax races here in Mulden. Battle for third now starting to heat up as Alexander Klugel is being chased down by Gabriel Hoffmann from Nice Racing, the number 95. And the gap between the pair of them last time was just over half a second. Field now starting to spread out. So Tom Reger last time had a gap of around 3 seconds between himself and Alexander Klugel in the number 80. But Gabriel Hoffmann still trying to look to close that gap as they will come through the double right-hander to go on to the start-finish straight. And Kenyon Washington looking to try and pick up the pace and move a bit further forward. 1 minute 17.482 from the number 14. As Matthias Schulte, Maximilian Pilch and Leopold Jouch now round out the top 10. So we have just over 90 seconds plus an additional lap of the race remaining. Nicolas Casarino leads. Tom Reger in second, ahead of Alexander Klugel, who is being closed in on still by Gabriel Hoffmann in the number 95. That is the battle for third position on the road, with Hoffmann a little bit quicker by nearly a tenth of a second. As Reger crosses the line, now Klugel, Hoffmann. Kenyon Washington looks to be reeled in a little bit here by Maxime Becker, who goes about 4/10 of a second quicker on that particular occasion. Closes the gap down from a second down to 6/10. As they will now head towards the other part of the circuit, round about sort of turn 5, 6 and 7, where it tightens on itself and becomes a triple right-hander before, triple left-hander before a 90-degree right-hander. As we've had someone go off the circuit. So there has been some more changes for position. And it looks like it is Tom Reger that was the driver that went off circuit. dropping down to 4th position, as it looks like there's a great run for it's side by side heading into the penultimate corner. This is for 2nd position on the road, through into the first of the 2 right-handers that put them onto the start-finish straight. So time is about to expire. 0 on the clock. So the next time Niklas Casarino crosses the start-finish line here at Mulsen, as now the battle for 2nd really heating up. And that is Alexander Klugel and Gabriel Hoffmann heading into turns 2 and 3. As trying to put the power down, Hoffmann has the back end starting to try and break traction, but gets a really good run heading into the very next corner. Hoffmann trying to go towards the inside, but doesn't have enough of an opportunity or slipstream to get past. As Casarino is probably just a few more corners away from going on to the final lap of the race. So still 10 drivers running. As the move for 2nd, I think that might have happened, and also a little bit further back. Oh, Kenyon Washington spun out from battling away for 5th position. A real shame for the 14 there. So Maxime Becker gets past now. Ollie Glan going up the inside of the number 14. As now Casarino gets the final lap board. The battle for 2nd position still going on, and it's going to rage on until the final lap. As 2nd and 3rd, with Klugel leading Hoffmann. And then the recovering Tom Reger running out the top 4. Then it's Maxime Becker from C4 Racing on the Praga chassis in 5th place. Ollie Glan now ahead of Kenyon Washington, who's right up towards the back bumper. And as the number 14 breaks into turn 2, the back end starts to break traction, but Washington nicely controls it there to keep it on the tarmac. But 2nd position could be very quickly decided as Hoffmann closes on the back bumper of Klugel. As the leader now will come towards the final couple of corners. So Niklas Casarino en route to winning the first race of the weekend. But 2nd, still very much undecided. Hoffmann getting really, really close in the braking zone and gets a real good run and slingshots past Alexander Klugel to go side by side as Niklas Casarino takes the win. But it looks like the move for 2nd has happened, and it's changed yet again. They're absolutely scrabbling for traction out there, but it looks like Alexander Klugel's going to get the run to be in 2nd position coming out of the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line, a drag race to the finish. Oh my goodness me. Hoffmann pulls the right, but Klugel gets it. Well, that was a dramatic way to finish the race there for 2nd position. Tom Reger manages to secure 4th, but was closing, and if Reger had had another lap, that would have been the case. Maxime Becker takes 5th ahead of Kenyon Washington. Ollie Glan takes 7th. Maximilian Pilch takes 8th place ahead of Matthias Schulte in the 50. As the number 13 of Leopold Juch now coming round the final corner to be the last of the 10 classified finishers. With unfortunate retirements for Noah Janssen and Christos Malakos. But Niklas Casarino takes a commanding win by nearly 17.5 seconds from Alexander Klugel, who kept ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann to take 3rd place. Tom Reger takes 4th ahead of Maxime Becker, who completes the top 5. Kenyon Washington in 6th. Ollie Glan in the 18 was 7th. The number 11 of Maximilian Pilch was 8th ahead of Matthias Schulte in the 50, with Leopold Juch in the 13 rounding out the top 10. Now we come to our second race of the meeting. This time it is Minimax out on the circuit, and here is your grid. On pole position will be the 107 of Austin Lee. Alongside will be the 136 of Leandro Fischer. Row 2 will be the 174 of Hugo Gütel with David Schnell in the 112 alongside. Jonas Ungnade in the 158, and Tom Müller will be in row number 3. Maximilian Schreier and Montego Maassen, row 4 in the 166 and the 111 respectively. Moritz Wolber and Adrien Rohr will be in the 5th row, completing the top 10 in the 115 and the 103, with Mikko Mikov in the 102 and David Jehuk in the 121, rounding out the 12 strong. So the drivers now go on to their formation lap. 9 minutes set on the timer once again. So on the formation lap and also on the sighting lap, I've noticed that a couple of the drivers have started to weave from side to side. And in some respects, you can sort of feel how the grip on the Mojo wet weather tyres will be performing, but also to steel themselves and get themselves ready to go racing for the first time in Rotax Max Challenge Germany in 2020. So when they go onto the back straightaway, it will be down to Austin Lee and Leandro Fischer to control the rolling start formation. So when they come around the final corner, the drivers will split into the tram lines, and it will be kept a close eye on whether the drivers leave the tram lines with 2 wheels out of the corridor or all 4 wheels. Now they come around the final corner. Red lights on the starting gantry here for the first of 3 Minimax races. The accelerators are pressed to the floor. The revs rise. Lights are out. We are racing. As Austin Lee trying to keep the defensive line for the lead, heading into turn 2. And the back end of the 107 getting very, very tail happy as there's a move up the inside. And so I think that's Leandro Fischer that's kept second place going through turn 3. And just behind is the 174 of Hugo Gütel, trying to battle away for now what is second on the road. As we've had a spinner at the back end of the field, make that 2 of them. And that is heading to around turn 5 as the drivers struggling with traction coming out of some of the tighter corners. As Montego Maassen just gets past Moritz Wolber for what is 6th position on the road. But Austin Lee trying to mount a breakaway in the early phase. As now Gütel trying to go toe-to-toe with Fischer just behind. You've got David Schnell and Jonas Ungnade trying to battle away over 4th position. And some of the drivers trying to take defensive lines. As round the final corner to complete lap number 1, Austin Lee in the 107 leads. Closely followed by Leandro Fischer, who's being hunted down by Hugo Gütel, as Lee takes a wider line heading into turn 2. As Adrien Rohr goes past Mikko Mikov going into turns 1 and 2. And it is side by side for 5th position. And around the outside of the 158, that goes Montego Maassen, trying to get through into the next corner. But the 158 of Jonas Ungnade goes off the track, trying to defend the position. That allows Montego Maassen to get past. Looks like also Moritz Wolber in the process has got to pass as a result of that. So Ungnada tumbles down the order. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in the first Minimax race, as coming through the chicane onto the back straightaway. Notice that Leandro Fischer had troubles trying to get the power down through the exit of the chicane. As the battle for 5th and 6th now starting to intensify, and just up ahead they've got David Schnell. So Lee leads by only just under 8.5 tenths of a second. Leandro Fischer in second place. Hugo Gürtel, David Schnell, Montego Massen, Moritz Wolber, Maximilian Schreier, Mikko Mikov. Jonas Ungnada now rejoins in 9th position after the spin just off of turn 6. And David Jehuk from Schollenberger Racing in the 121 now crosses the line. All 12 drivers still circulating, as Austin Lee takes a wider approach and swings the 107 into the chicane that will head them onto the back straightaway. As there is a little bit of a dice between the drivers that are battling away for 7th and 8th position, which is Mikko Mikov and Maximilian Schreier. But now the top two starting to break away. Austin Lee being chased down by Leandro Fischer coming through the final corner. Leaders about to cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 3. Gap was 8.44 tenths of a second. The gap has now been halved by Leandro Fischer, who just puts in the fastest lap of the race in 1 minute 12.543. Hugo Gürtel now rounding out the top 3 still and is 1.8 seconds off of that battle. But then you look at the battle for 4th place. David Schnell, Montego Massen and Moritz Wolber. Very, very closely packed together. As now, Leandro Fischer is within a couple of car lengths and sends it up the inside of Lee. Oh, drifts sideways and spins 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Leandro Fischer tried to go for the move, but it didn't pay off as the back end of the 136 span around. But that has now allowed Hugo Gürtel to go up into 2nd position as a result. Leandro Fischer has done a good job of keeping the damage limitation there and stays in 3rd place. But we'll have David Schnell closing for 3rd place, as Montego Massen and Moritz Wolber still battling away over 5th position. Lee crosses the line, as does Gürtel. Oh, there's been a clash. Leandro Fischer involved, and also that looks to be the 112 of Kachmi.de's David Schnell coming out of the final corner. I think there was another cart involved there as well. Leandro Fischer, yellow flags being waved on the approach onto the final corner. Leandro Fischer's race is done and dusted, unfortunately, and it looks to be the case also for David Schnell from Kachmi.de. So 2 drivers eliminated after that. I only caught the tail end of that, but good to see that Leandro Fischer is out of the kart marshalling team on site. As David Schnell's kart is on the right-hand side of the main straightaway and gets out of the kart unassisted. Great job by the marshalling team to get the karts off of the racing line. Double waved yellows were out, and it looks like we might be able to go to full circuit green flag racing as Austin Lee powers out of the final corner. Will complete lap number 5. 1.3 seconds ahead of Hugo Gürtel, and it is pretty much a confirmed retirement for both Leandro Fischer and David Schnell, who are both 3rd and 4th respectively coming into that final corner. And Mikko Mikov up into 6th place behind Jonas Ungnada. Montego Massen is in 4th place. Maximilian Schreier has just been passed by Tom Müller for 7th place. So both drivers being escorted to safety points on the circuit. Really, really pleased to see Leandro Fischer and David Schnell both walking out of their carts unassisted. So the field has pretty much had a lot of spreading out after that incident. So Austin Lee gets the hair down, crosses the line. Goes on to lap number 7 of this race and extends the gap over Hugo Gürtel to 2.363 seconds. Moritz Volber is a further 4.2 seconds adrift in 3rd position. Montego Masson is now in 4th ahead of Micromax, who rounds out the top 5 positions. 1 minute and 14, plus an additional lap left to go in the first of 3 Minimax races here at Mulsen. So Austin Lee now makes his way down the back straight, heading towards the double right-hander to complete a lap of the 1,315-meter circuit. And will carry the momentum through the final corner. Picks up speed, puts the hammer down, and gets as close to the left-hand side wall as the 107 dares. Crosses the start-finish line and puts in the fastest lap of the race. It was being held by Leandro Fischer of a 1 minute 12.543, but Austin Lee has just beaten that by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second, a 1 minute 12.306. So very shortly the timer will expire. As Austin Lee goes into the infield, 0 on the timer. Next time around will be the last lap board. So running order is Austin Lee leading Hugo Gürtel, Moritz Volber, Montego Masson, Micromax rounding out the top 5. Jonas Ungnada in 6th ahead of Tom Müller, Adrien Rohr, Maximilian Schreier and David Chehuk rounding out the 10 that are still running. So the 107 of Austin Lee now gets the final lap board. Crosses the line at full speed and goes nearly 3 tenths of a second quicker on that last lap alone. Puts the fastest lap of the race to a 1 minute 12.009, and the gap now between Austin Lee and Hugo Gürtel now is 2.8 seconds. Volber 3rd, Masson in 4th, Mikov in 5th place. But Austin Lee, throughout the duration of this 9 minute plus 1 lap encounter, has kept things nice and clean and kept ahead of everybody else whilst all the drama was unfolding behind the Kashmir.de driver. So up towards the double right-hander that will bring him onto the start-finish straight for the final time in the first of 3 Minimax races. Austin Lee in the 107 comes round the final corner. Checkered flag waves for him to take the first victory of the day here on Saturday. Great run by Hugo Gürtel to take 2nd position. 3.4 seconds adrift, but still a very welcome result. 3rd is the 111 of Moritz Volber. The 115, Montego Masson takes 4th place in the 111. As the 102 of Micromax from Kartsport Klim rounds out the top 5 positions. Tom Müller in 6th ahead of Jonas Ungnada, who completes the top 7 positions. Just waiting for the final 3 to cross the line as we then go to a full course yellow once the drivers have crossed the start finish line. As the 103 of Adrien Rohr from Kartsport Klim takes 8th position. And it looks like the final 2 drivers coming around the final couple of corners. First off, it will be Maximilian Schreier on the Esprit chassis in the 166, taking 9th place. And here comes David Giroux from Schollenberger Racing, rounding out the top 10 positions, with an unfortunate retirement for both Leandro Fischer from RS Competition and David Schnell from Kachmi.de in the 112. But Austin Lee, by 3.4 seconds, wins the first of 3 Minimax heats here at Müsen. This time it is the first of 3 Junior Rotax races. This time there will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. Here is your grid. On pole position representing Denmark, his RS Competitions Magnus Pedersen in the 247, and we'll have Germany's Nikita Genzer in the 226 alongside. Then it is Valentin Klus in the 201 and Farin Mega in the 245. That's row 2. Kian Agasade and Morris Schmeis in the 262 and the 210 respectively. That's row 3. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark in the 252. We'll have Neville Fischer in the 236 alongside. Rafael Renhofer and Rafael Balzer in the 233 and the 217 complete the top 10. Louis Jacobs and Yanni Stiak in the 228 and the 238. That is row 6. Ahead of Corbin Hillebrands, Din Jurich, Leon Art and Richard Thomas, rounding out the 16 strong that will go into competition. Now on to the formation lap. And with an increase of tempo comes an increase of unpredictability. So it will be down to Magnus Pedersen and Nikita Genzer to control the rolling start formation. Red lights now ignited on the starting gantry for the first of their 3 races today. Track is still very greasy, but there are some slight, if I can call them that, very, very slight patches of dry tarmac starting to appear as the rain has not, well, there is a wind pickup here at Mulsen. So top 10 is Magnus Pedersen, Nikita Genzer, Valentin Klus, Farin Mega, Kian Agasade, Morris Schmeis, Mikkel Pedersen, Neville Fischer, Rafael Renhofer and Rafael Balzer. So 11 minutes plus 1 lap. They now head towards the penultimate corner, the first of 2 double rights, which will then put them onto the start-finish straight. 8 rows, 16 drivers, 11 minutes plus an additional lap. They come round the final corner. They now will split into the 2 tram lines. Revs rise, accelerators hit the floor, lights are out, we're racing. And it is an absolute swarm heading down. And it's nearly 3 abreast at some point going down towards turn 2 for the first time. But at the moment, looks like Magnus Pedersen has kept the lead for the minute as drivers scrabbling for traction. Or has there been a change for the lead? Oh, it's definitely a side-by-side, but nearly by. But the top 3 line astern. Then you look, it's 3 wide heading down towards the very next corner as there's been a change for second. As Valentin Klus got up the inside initially of Nikita Genzer, but Genzer got back past Valentin Klus. And now, I think, I'm just keeping my eyes out on who is in 4th position. It looks like Kian Agasade in the 262. All drivers still, well, we've had a yellow flag off of turn 5, and we do have a retirement. That looks to be Farin Mega in the 245 that has stopped on the infield straightaway, but the top 4 getting very, very close indeed, as now Nikita Genzer will push, goes into the slipstream, trying to battle away with the 201 of Valentin Klus for the lead, heading down into turns 2, as Mikkel Pedersen going up the inside, as there's been a switch back and the lead has gone into the hands of Valentin Klus once again, as Nikita Genzer got the run going into the corner. As down for 4th to 7th place, Mikkel Pedersen is battling away with the likes of Morris Schmeis, Kian Agasade, but the top 3 mounting a breakaway. It's nearly 2 wide coming out of the chicane for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, as the 262 of Kian Agasade, I think, has just had Neville Fischer go up the inside through into the right-left chicane. But now Valentin Klus in the 201 trying to pull away from Nikita Genzer and Magnus Pedersen, who ran out the top 3. And it looks like it is a confirmed retirement, unfortunately, for Farin Mega. Lead is now coming around the final corner. So Genza leads. Klus leads. Genza is in second place. Pedersen in third. Morris Schmeis, Nevio Fischer, Kian Agasade, and now Rafael Renhofer ran out the top 7 positions. As Mikkel Pedersen looks to have dropped down into 15th position. So Valentin Klus last time round had just under 7/10 of a second advantage over Nikita Genza. Magnus Pedersen still rounds out the top 3. Morris Schmeis in 4th. Nevio Fischer ahead of Kian Agasade with the pair 5th and 6th respectively, but a little bit further down towards the back end of the order there is a 4-way battle. I think that is just outside or just at the bottom part of the top 10, as there has been a change for position. But hitting the curves a bit too hard, as it looks like Janis Stierk was the one that went a bit too hard onto the curves. And that allowed Leon Arndt in the 208 to try and close up. Lead is now split by 0.93 of a second between Klus, who still leads, Genza in second, as the driver's now trying to get the optimum momentum coming out of the final corner onto the main straightaway, as the 217 of Rafael Balza is definitely getting very feisty out there, and is currently in 7th position behind the 262 of Kian Agasade. So 6 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in the first junior Rotax heat. So Mikkel Pedersen has moved up to 12th position, having dropped all the way down the order. Richard Thomas in the 205 completes the 15 that are still circulating. As now the gap between Valentin Klus and Nikita Genza has been truncated, as Genza puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.811. But then through some of the tighter, more technical corners, Klus seems to have a little bit of advantage of trying to get up the order, as I think there's been a move, and that looks to be possibly Mikkel Pedersen, I believe, or no, that might be Rafael Renhofer that's just got past Rafael Balza for position. That is the battle for 7th. So Renhofer now up ahead as Balza trying to go past and using a wider line to try and get the cutback on Renhofer, and neatly goes up the inside. That's a brilliant move from Rafael Balza, going into the back straightaway before the chicane. So the leaders now across the line. Gap now up to 7.5 of a second. Magnus Pedersen and Morris Schmeis, 3rd and 4th. Kian Agasade now up past Nevio Fischer for 5th place, as the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen trying to go up the inside of Rafael Renhofer through into turns 2 and 3, the pair side by side. And oh my goodness, that was a save and a half from Rafael Renhofer to keep it on the black stuff. Coming out of turn 3, the back end went sideways twice in rapid succession, but great reflexes there from Rafael Renhofer. So Mikkel Pedersen now closing on Rafael Balza for position, and that is the battle for 7th. As now, well, looks like there's a battle on for the lead. Looks like there's been a drama for Valentin Klus as Nikita Genza goes up the inside, round the final corner to take the lead. So was there a little bit of a drama there for Valentin Klus? 4 minutes and 18 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. As now Nikita Genza hits the front and the pair cross the line, 57 thousandths of a second adrift of each other. But a great run by Genza to take the advantage. Is a little bit further down the order. Rafael Balza has dropped down to 11th position, has been passed by the likes of Janis Stierk, Rafael Renhofer and Leon Arndt. As the 2:05 of Richard Thomas now crosses the line. Looks like Corbin Hillebrands might not be taking any further participation in this race. As Kian Agasade will have Neville Fisher closing in, and that'll be for 5th on the road. As there's been, now there was a driver that was just behind Rafael Balsa, and the driver, unfortunately, going through the right-hander, going onto the back part of the circuit, went sideways and went off onto the grass in the runoff area. So top 5 completed by Kian Agasade in the 2:62. Neville Fisher trying to close that gap, which is nearly at 1.2 seconds. But one of the biggest things I have to be completely honest about is that Nikita Genza is not getting away from Valentin Klus. Looks like Klus is closing for the lead of the race, as Genza holds the fastest lap, a 1:05.263. As through the chicane onto the back straightaway go the 2 leaders. Nikita Genza being followed by Valentin Klus as they go into the double right-hander, the first of which they're now negotiating. And now around the final corner, they'll complete lap number 8. 2 minutes and 14 on the clock, plus an additional lap still remaining. Genza gets the head down to try and make that kart as slippery as possible going through the air. And as does Valentin Klus. So Corbin Hillebrands and Farin Mega, unfortunately, both retired. Gap between the 2 leaders is just over half a second as Valentin Klus now has Nikita Genza in eye-line sight as they go through into the infield straightaway. And Valentin Klus in the moment is the first driver in Junior Rotax in this race to go sub 1:05 or 1:04.903 that time around. Magnus Pedersen and Morris Schmeis will be battling away over 3rd and 4th respectively as they now go on the approach into the double right-hander. And just the carry of momentum coming out of the final corner is quite captivating, especially when they're closing to the left-hand side wall as far as they dare, as close as they dare. As the gap now between Genza and Klus now up to 0.886 seconds. Less than 60 seconds on the clock to go. So this time around, they'll get the final lap board. And again, in his response, Genza has just gone quicker than anybody, a 1:04.775. So has responded to Valentin Klus's fastest lap by over 1/10 of a second. Magnus Pedersen rounds out the top 3 ahead of Morris Schmeis. Kian Agasade completes the top 5 ahead of Neville Fisher. Mikkel Pedersen, Rafael Renhofer, Janis Stiak, and the 2:17 of Rafael Balsa round out the top 10. So this could be very, very close indeed. Oh, that was close. Nikita Genza, I think, crossed the line with about 1 or 2 seconds still to go on the timer. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. But Nikita Genza and Valentin Klus went into the 1:04.6s, with Valentin Klus now retaking the fastest lap honour by 57 thousandths of a second with the 1:04.604. Klus is fast, running out of time to try and capitalise and close up that lead that Nikita Genza currently has. So Leonard now gets past Rafael Balsa for 10th place. So the 2:07 on the Kart Republic chassis. Now behind Janis Stiak in the 2:38. Richard Thomas now crosses the line, the 14th out of 16 drivers that are still racing as we go on to the final lap as the gap now. Nikita Genza has really opened up the taps on that and has started getting away quite considerably. Gap was nearly a second, and in the process, Nikita Genza did a 1 minute 4.223. And that was over a tenth quicker than the driver in second position, Valentin Klus. As we've got yellow flags on the infield, which have now been retracted. But at the moment, the two leaders now coming into the last chicane on the circuit, and will now power out to the double right-hander. So this time the checkered flag now being prepared. Through the penultimate corner comes Nikita Genza. Round through the final turn comes the 226 from Germany. Powers across the line, quick glance over the right shoulder and wins, and one hand in the air to win by 0.813 of a second. And on the final lap of the race, Valentin Klus responded, but it wasn't enough. It was a 1 minute 4.020. Magnus Pedersen from Denmark rounds out the top three, ahead of Morris Schmeis in the 210. Kanagasari in fifth in the 262, with Neville Fischer. Mikkel Pedersen making it all the way back up to seventh at the end of that race, having dropped to the back part of the field as there was a bit of a drag race just then, as between Janis Stiak in ninth, who was behind Raphael Renhofer, pipped Leon Arndt by just 44 thousandths of a second across the line, as Leon Arndt, I actually just noticed, was jumping up and down in the seat to try and keep going forward. Rafael Barza in 11th, ahead of Louis Jacobs and Din Jurek, who completed the 13 strong, with Richard Thomas in the 205 completing the 14 out of 16 drivers that finished, with Corbin Hillebrands and Farin Mega unfortunately retiring. So we have 2 more races before the lunch break. After Junior Rotax, we now go to our biggest contingent, Senior Rotax, a total of 20 drivers. And here is your grid for the race itself. Philipp Hamprecht and Luca Köstler will be on the front row in the 337 and the 366. Then it's Linus Hensen in the 333 and Luca Thiel in the 399. Fabian Bock in the 318 and then Jan Heinen in the 316 round out row 3. The 303 of Tim Micromax and then Yuri Tenhef in the 306 will be on row number 4. Completing the top 10 will be the 312 of Lukas Thompson with Lukas Wawrzyniak in the 369. Rounding out the top 5 rows, Denny Berndt and Lukas Hartmann in the 383 and the 309 are on row 6. Finn Stiak in the 338 and Yannick Hermann in the 325 on row number 7. Julia Ponkratz in the 307 will be ahead of Max Busch in the 313. Rounding out the 20 strong grid, the 329 of Bastian Barlager, the 305 of Lasse Reinhardt, the 304 of Norton Griffith Falke, and Vivian Michel Heit in the 328 completes the 20 strong grid. 14 minutes for this particular occasion, plus an additional lap before we head into our final race before the Saturday lunch break. And we've already had one driver pulled to the side, and that is Jan Heinen, who would have started on the outside of row number 3. So there will be 19 drivers taking the start. Jan Heinen despondently, unfortunately, walking away in disappointment after the kart broke down on the formation lap. As we've got one trying to catch up to the rest of the grid as the leaders will start bringing the carts around the final corner. Hamprecht and Köstler on the front row. Revs rise. Accelerators are pushed down hard. Lights go out. We are racing. And it looks like a really good start there from Linus Hensen, trying to go up the inside to take the lead from Hamprecht, who keeps ahead for the moment. As drivers are going nearly 3 abreast, and we've had a little bit of a turnaround there. Multiple carts trying to go wide, and one clatters in, and the back right on the kart takes a hefty hit. And the driver that now rejoins in the correct direction is Yuri Tenhaf in the 306. As now drivers trying to filter their way through, as the 307 of Julia Ponkratz gets overtaken from both the left and the right hand side going into the penultimate part of the circuit here at Mulsanne. But at the moment, Philipp Hamprecht leading the way from Linus Hensen. Oh, moment for the leader, off into the gravel, off of the penultimate corner. Hamprecht having dramas there, and now trying to get the kart out unassisted. Yellow flags waved. Linus Hensen now leads. And then it is Luca Thiel up into 2nd position. Battle for 4th place between Köstler and Tim Micromax. As even though there is a dry line starting to really make itself known, as it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn 4, heading to the infield straightaway. As we've had another drama, there's one driver that's just gone off of turn 3. So Hensen getting away, but then the battle for 4th position is between, I think Tim Micromax is just at the head of it, and Lukas Thompson now down into 5th place. So Hamprecht having dramas on the penultimate corner, and it looks like the kart is not going anywhere. So it's a real shame for the driver who came into this race as the pole sitter. Hensen comes around the final corner. Goes on to lap number 3. Luca Thiel. Luca Köstler now up into 3rd place ahead of Tim Micromax and Lukas Thompson, who ran at the top 5. Fabian Bock up into 6th. Bastian Barlager all the way up now, as there has been a drama for another kart that's gone off, and that is the 312. So Lukas Thompson will drop out of the top 5. So Julia Ponkratz is just one position away from getting into the top 10, having started towards the back end of the field. When we went lights out just under 3 minutes ago, with Linus Hansen leading by 2.5 seconds ahead of Luca Thiel. Battle for third place now between Luca Köstler and Tim Micromax. So plenty of battles all the way up and down the order. As Ponkratz closing on the back bumper of Hermann for P10. Heading towards the penultimate corner. And it looks like Ponkratz has got the move done. As the senior Rotax field makes their way across the line. As it's definitely getting a bit feisty out there. Norton Griffin Falca went up the inside there of Yannick Hermann going into turn 2. And Yuri Tenhaf also trying to get stuck in there. But at the moment, Nina Sensen still continuing to lead proceedings. And the 333 will cross the line very shortly. But in the meantime, the gap between Hansen and Luca Thiel was just under 1.3 seconds, but that gap is going down. That is absolutely ridiculous there. Luca Thiel just goes in and puts in a 56.197. Fastest lap of the race, on lap number 4. Henson. Oh, Henson's going to lose out the lead. Thiel's trying to go around to the outside. Henson goes defensive. And up the inside goes Luca Thiel to get the switchback there on Linus Hansen. That's a great move for the lead there. But look at the battle behind for 4th and 5th place. Fabian Bock and Tim Micromax dicing it out. Coming through that chicane. But that was a brilliant textbook move there of using the opportunity and the run of momentum on the infield straightaway by Luca Thiel. Henson in 2nd. But whilst that has happened, Luca Köstler looks to have closed the gap in the 366. Tim Micromax in 4th place. Fabian Bock 5th. Lukas Thompson in 6th ahead of Bastien Barlage in the 329. Lead now is in the hands of Luca Thiel, who did that fantastic switchback maneuver just a few corners ago. But Henson on the counter-offensive, trying to go in towards the same corner. Let's see what the 333 has in store for the leader. Can't really get past at the minute, having to wait until the next straightaway to try and get back the momentum. But Köstler now not too far behind, closing on the 333 for 2nd position. Now blue flags are actually being waved to some of the drivers that are a bit further down the order. So drivers are going to start getting lapped very shortly. As now, Köstler trying to close on Henson going into the penultimate corner. As the leaders now come around the final corner. Great lead now by Luca Thiel. Henson on the back foot. Köstler trying to close. And they were 0.3 of a second adrift of each other last time around. Köstler using Henson. Oh, he's going to try and slingshot past him. Side by side nearly for 2nd position. Köstler to the outside. Henson to the inside on the defensive racing line. The 333 from Kachmi.ee keeps the position. But a good run there by Köstler to try and close up on Linus Hansen. So we've had 4 retirements so far in this race, with 7 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock still to go. As Henson and Köstler still battling away over 2nd position. And let's see if Köstler gets the run this time. Out through the final corner comes Luca Thiel. Köstler on the back bumper again of Henson, coming around the final corner. Drivers were, the gaps now has gone down to 0.214 on that particular occasion. And again, well, he's just powered round the outside as Luca Köstler on Linus Hansen there for 2nd position on the infield straightaway. That was a great move. As the 383, the 313 and Max Busch trying to get up the order down in 14th position, but that was a great run of momentum. Looked like Köstler had a better braking opportunity going into turns 2 and 3 and made the move happen. 6 minutes and 34 seconds plus an additional lap. Still to go in the first of 3 senior Rotax races here. So now the drivers are going to have to watch out for the back markers. Will have to watch out for those closing on them. And now the fight is really on, because the top 4 are now starting to close on each other. This is starting to concertina very, very quickly indeed. Gap between Luca Thiel, who's leading, and Luca Köster, who is in second, now 1.3 seconds. As Lasse Heinhardt and Juri Teinhoff now battling over what is 11th position behind Lukas Wawrzyniak in the 369, who rounds out the top 10. Linus Henson now 4/10 of a second adrift off of Köster. Tim Micromax 9/10 off on that last lap, and set a 54.400 lap time, taking the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9. So leaders coming around the final corner. Thiel still leads. Gap now 1.352 seconds. Linus Henson, Tim Micromax now closing. Lukas Thompson has just put in the fastest lap of the race and is one of 2 drivers on that lap, including Voik Motorsport's Tim Micromax, who've gone sub 54 seconds. Micromax did a 53.917. Lukas Thompson did a 53.643. Luca Thiel is running in the low high 54.0s, a 54.096 last time around. So the pace now increasing. The dry line is starting to manifest itself on the circuit. 4.5 minutes to go. Leaders crossing the line yet again. Gap now down. That's the top 4 now going into the high 53s. But the quickest of all of them is Lukas Thompson, now up into 5th place. So Luca Thiel is leading, but by 1.143 seconds. As Köster now has the fire in the belly well and truly stoked. 53.573, the fastest lap out of anybody in this race. Linus Henson, 53.673, and Tim Micromax, 53.746. So blue flags being waved at the penultimate corner. But with this comes a different aspect of the race now. We're going into the dying stages of it. And the back marker traffic will have to quickly get out of the way, because the drivers that are closing, as now Luca Köster goes even quicker by 0.310 off of the previous fastest lap, and it's put the benchmark up to a 53.327, and has closed the gap to Luca Thiel from JJ Racing to 0.744. 3.25 minutes still to go. Henson 3rd. Tim Micromax 4th. Lukas Thompson, Bastian Barlager. As Norton Griffin Falke, Max Busch battling away over 13th. Well, I think it was Yannick Hermann and Lucas Hardman that crossed the line just now. 16 drivers still competing. So Barlage, Denny Bount, Fabian Bock, Julia Ponkratz, Lukas Wawrzyniak in the 369 rounds out the top 10 ahead of Juri Teinhoff, Lasse Heinhardt with Norton Griffin Falke now in 13th position. Luca Thiel has now responded. Tim Micromax is the first driver out of the entire field to go sub 53 seconds and is closing. And it's only 0.3 of a second behind Linus Henson. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th really starting to close up on each other, as Luca Thiel put in a 53.129. Luca Köster put in a 53.318. So it's slightly slower on that particular occasion. So the gap now up to just over 0.9 of a second. Max Busch now gets past Norton Griffith Falke, 4th, 13th position. As now 2nd to 4th position. Henson is being closed in on by Tim Micromax, whereas Luca Thiel is now starting to break away. Henson now closing on Köster into turn 2. As they come nearly side by side, but Köster keeps the position for the minute. Tim Micromax getting a double toe coming out of turn number 3. as they go into the infield part. So Köster now has to hang on for about a minute and a half plus an additional lap, but it depends on how quickly Henson and Tim Micromax close up. And Tim Micromax closing up at the back of Linus Henson for P3. They now go onto the final part of the circuit, up towards the double right-hander. So whilst the top three, the three from second to fourth have been battling away, Luca Thiel has just gotten away. It was 1.5 seconds, the gap. As now Henson slingshots up the inside of Köster going into turn 2. It's now nearly 2 seconds. So Köster now couldn't really have that much of a defensive strategy against Linus Henson, but then we'll have to worry about whether he's going to have to attack or defend, because behind the 366 is now the 303 of Tim Micromax. But Köster now has the opportunity to have a counter-offensive on Linus Henson. 24 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap still to go. So Luca Thiel running away with it, but second, third and fourth. Battle not over yet. 12 on the clock. It's going to be close, but Luca Thiel will have this plus another additional lap afterwards. That was 4 seconds on the clock when Thiel crossed the line. Henson as Micromax goes up the inside of Köster to take P3 through turn 2. But then Köster quickly on the counter offensive, the pair side by side. Köster to the outside, Tim Micromax gets back past for P3. So now this is going to allow Linus Henson to get past as Micromax goes ultra defensive on Köster, who's trying to get past, back for third position. So in a matter of a couple of laps, Luca Köster drops from second to fourth position as Lasse Heinhardt is battling away with Max Busch for 12th position. The 305 just ahead of the minute. Last lap board being shown to Luca Thiel from JJ Racing. Henson second. Micromax in third place. Köster now in fourth. Lucas Thompson rounding out the top 5 ahead of Bastien Barlage. Denny Bount in 7th. Fabian Bock, Julia Ponkratz rounding out the top 9 positions. And the gap between Luca Thiel and Linus Henson was over 2.3 seconds as Tim Micromax trying to fend off Luca Köster for the third place in this race. And they're fast running out of corners as Luca Thiel takes the calmest glance over the left-hand shoulder that I've seen in a very, very long time, and knows that the job is in hand as Tim Micromax and Luca Köster trying to battle away. Micromax goes up the inside, but the win goes to Luca Thiel. Linus Henson takes second place, and by literally 0.037 of a second, Tim Micromax holds on to third place at the flag ahead of Kraft Motorsport's Luca Köster. Lucas Thompson takes 5th. Bastien Barlage takes 6th ahead of Fabian Bock. Julia Ponkratz would end up finishing in 8th position ahead of Denny Bount. Lucas Hartmann will be classified in 15th. Juri Tenhef now takes 10th ahead of Varv. Max Busch takes 12th at the line by over 0.3 of a second ahead of Lasse Heinhardt, with Norton Griffith Falke in 14th ahead of Lucas Hartmann. Yannick Herrmann, I think we're just waiting to cross the line now. He takes the checkered flag as the 16th and final driver to finish this race. Vivian Michel Haidt would end up retiring on lap 3. Finn Stiak on lap 2, with Philipp Hamprecht and Jan Heinen unfortunately retiring on the very first lap. We have one more race before the lunch break, which will take place until 2 o'clock this afternoon, 1400 hours local time. It's DD2. Here is your grid. On pole position will be the 431 of 42 competitions, Niklas Krenz, and alongside will be the 407 of Max Fleischmann from FM Racing. Mark Bartels in the 488 will have the number 433 of Florian Breitenbach alongside. Marcel Steinert and Maximilian Dombos in the 413 and the 414 will round out row number 3. Ronny Göttler and Jonas Wolscheid in the 499 and the 420. That's row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's Hannes Border in the 468 and Yannick Jacobs in the 411. Rounding out the 15 that will start this 14-minute plus an additional lap race are the 422 of Oliver Breitenbach, the 404 of Dennis Thiem. Jana Stier in the 444 from Nies Racing will start 13th, ahead of Francisco Blum, and Tim Stender in the 409 will round out the 15-strong grid. So 14 minutes set on the timer, red lights on the starting gantry. So we'll be down to Niklas Krenz and also Max Fleischmann to control the 2x2 rolling start formation. So they'll start lining up. So race number 5 of the meeting, with 17 races taking us through to the evening today on Saturday, where we get ready as Krenz and Fleischmann on the front row. Bartels and Florian Breitenbach, row 2, with Steinert, Dombos, Göttler, Wolscheid, Border and Jacobs rounding out the top 10. They now split, coming around the final corner. Into the 2 sets of tram lines we go for DD2. Race 1 of the meeting for them. Out of 5. Revs rise. Lights are out. We go racing. And we are heading down into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. So Niklas Krenz gets an initial advantage over Max Fleischmann. But Mark Bartels now jumps up into second position. And Fleischmann, I think at the moment, looks to be in third place at the moment. Florian Breitenbach rounding out the top 4. As some of the drivers making their way through onto the back part of the circuit, through the final chicane, onto the straightaway that will lead onto the last 2 right-handers. As up the inside, that's a great move there from Max Fleischmann to retake second position ahead of Mark Bartels. as Krenz crosses the line to lead after just a single lap. But again, this time Breitenbach, that's Florian Breitenbach, trying to go past Mark Bartels for P3. And it is line astern just behind the 414 of Dombos. As up the inside goes Florian Breitenbach on Mark Bartels, forces the 42 competition driver on the Kart Republic chassis to go wide as it's side by side just behind, and it's nearly 3 abreast going into this very tight and technical chicane, which goes right, left, then onto another left, and then onto a right, while they swing round pretty much through a big old hairpin in the far part of the track. But now the field is really concertinaing. Janos Stier looks to be making some headway up into 12th position as there is a swarm of karts up ahead, and there looks to be a little bit of contact going in through to the penultimate right-hander. So some drivers being compromised coming out of that corner. As Stier now going up the inside, there looks to be the 404 of Dennis Thiem. So Janos Stier already up into the top 10 and battling away as drivers trying to go side by side as it's nearly 3 abreast for what is 4th position on the road. Going up into turn 5 and into the corner that really comes back on itself. So at the moment, Krenz is being hunted down by Max Fleischmann, as it looks like Ronny Göttler has just got past Jonas Wolscheid, and that is for 5th place on the road. So a good bit of work there from the 499 running on the Mach 1 chassis. But at the moment, Niklas Krenz continues to lead. Max Fleischmann from FM Racing trying to close down. Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 3 as there's an almighty tussle, nearly 3 abreast going down into turn 2 for around about 7th position or 6th position, and that is being led by the 468 or 488 of Mark 468 of Hannes Border, and looks to be that Mark Bartels is just behind. And then they've got the 413 of Marcel Steinert. Janos Stier is now in 10th place and is trying to move forward, the Nice Racing driver on the Maranello chassis. Very tightly compacted field. As behind Janos Stier, you've got Maximilian Dombos in the 414 and Dennis Thiem on the Cosmic chassis running the 404 in 12th position. Krenz crosses the line. Fleischmann being hunted down by Florian Breitenbach, as a surge of pops, bangs and whistles come across the start-finish line, as it looks like Yannick Jacobs has lost out to Janos Stier going through turn 2. And Jacobs tries to respond. Stier goes defensive into turn 5. But now the battle for second really heating up as Florian Breitenbach looking on the back bumper of Max Fleischmann. Then Ronny Göttler has pulled away from Jonas Wolscheid and Hannes Border, who are embroiled in their own battle over what is effectively 5th position. Mark Bartels now down in 7th place, as the drivers now hustling their way round the back part of the circuit. Niklas Krenz continues to assert a capture on this lead. Gets the head down on the 431. Gap between him and Fleischmann, as Florian Breitenbach trying to go up the inside of the FM Racing driver through turns 2 and 3. The pair still side by side for 2nd position. Breitenbach to the outside, Fleischmann to the inside. Fleischmann's going to get the inside run, but Breitenbach powers fast. That was a great move. Really close racing, hard and fair, and they didn't make the slightest bit of contact coming out of turn 3. But whilst they're battling away, Ronny Göttler will be closing. And when Breitenbach crossed the line last time around, he was 46 thousandths off of getting past Max Fleischmann. So the run of momentum was going through into the first corner. But Niklas Krenz still continuing to lead the way. Battles all the way up and down the order. Looking at the battle now for what is 6th on the road, and the back part of that is Marcel Steiner, and has got Jonas Wolscheid to deal with. Oh, bit of a lock up there for Steiner going into turn number 2, but he manages to keep it for the minute because Janos Stier is closing for position, and that could have been so much more costly for Marcel Steiner, who quite literally got away with that one. But in the meantime, Niklas Krenz is not getting away. The gap was just under 9.5 tenths of a second. But Florian Breitenbach looks to be quicker than anybody else on the circuit Best lap from the 4:33 so far is a 50.962. That gap looks to be possibly under half a second as they come around the final corner. No, maybe even make that just under 3/10. They come across the line, just under 8 minutes to go. Gap now is just under just over a tenth as double waved yellows. So no overtaking allowed. I'm just trying to see, is there some debris on the track, or is there a car? I can't really see from the gantry or from the commentator's position, but double waved yellows were there, as it looks to have been retracted, I believe. But Niklas Krenz coming under intense pressure from Florian Breitenbach. Max Fleischmann, in the meantime, has got to worry about Ronny Göttler. So Göttler is closing on the FM Racing driver for third place, as it looks like Marcel Steinert has kept ahead of Janis Stier for the minute. And just ahead of them, they have got Jonas Wolscheid. So that is a three-way battle for what is going to be 6 on the road, as they come out of the penultimate corner, through round the final corner, as Florian Breitenbach right on the back bumper of Niklas Krenz into turn 2, and the 433 takes the lead. But it depends on how quickly Niklas Krenz gets back at the 433 from on the Maranello chassis. As now, Ronny Göttler's gone up the inside of Max Fleischmann, who gets the cut back on him. Nicely done there by both drivers to give each other enough racing room to make the move stick. And in the meantime, Jonas Wolscheid has lost out to both Janis Stier, who's just up ahead, and then also Marcel Steinert. And just on the back of that is Maximilian Dombos. As now, again, the two leaders battling away, so Florian Breitenbach ahead of Niklas Krenz. And then Max Fleischmann trying to keep Ronny Göttler at bay as they come across the start-finish line. Göttler jinks to the right-hand side to see if he can get through on Fleischmann, and goes up the inside into turn 2. But then Fleischmann's going to try and get back at him by using the counter momentum through the slipstream. But this time Göttler had the pace and absolutely flew past, coming across the start-finish line and into turns 1 and 2. So running order at the moment, we've had, unfortunately, Mark Bartels. That was probably why the double waved yellows were at turns 2 and 3. So Bartels out of the race, down to 14 racers. As now, Florian Breitenbach trying to pull away from Niklas Krenz. Gap was about 0.3 of a second between the pair on the last lap. Now on to we're going to complete lap number 10. 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap left to go in the first of 3 DD2 races here at Mulden. So Fleischmann trying to close on Ronny Göttler. The gap now just under 4.5 of a second. And Janis Stier still trying to hustle Marcel Steinert to try and get past for 6th position. So Oliver Breitenbach has now got past Yannick Jacobs. That is for 11th position, with Dennis Thiem in the Cosmic chassis number 404, now up into 10th place. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is in the hands of Ronny Göttler, who a couple of laps ago put in a 50.783 whilst trying to close up on Max Fleischmann. So now the gap looks to be extending between 1st and 2nd position. It's 0.437 of a second. It's now over half a second between Florian Breitenbach and Niklas Krenz. Ronny Göttler, Maxi Fleischmann, Hannes Border, Marcel Steinert, Janis Stier, Jonas Wolscheid, Maximilian Dombos and Dennis Thiem round out the top 10. Oliver Breitenbach and Yannick Jacobs round out the top 12 positions, and they are covered from 1st to 12th by just over 9.5 seconds. So at the moment, the two battles that are really catching my eye at the moment is 6th and 7th between Marcel Steinert and Janis Stier. And then the other one looks to be Dennis Thiem and Oliver Breitenbach, and that is for the last spot in the top 10. Now on to lap 13, go the leaders, as Breitenbach now 0.7 of a second ahead of Krenz, and was nearly 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap. And in terms of comparative lap times between Marcel Steinert and Janis Stier in the battle for 6th position, the pair are running quite literally nigh on the same pace. A 50.979 for Steinert, a 50.997 for Janis Stier. So Oliver Breitenbach has made it past Dennis Thiem for 10th position. So 2 minutes and 54 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And the gap between the two leaders has stayed at around 0.7 of a second. So there was a lot of fast activity. It was fast, it was close, it was hard fought, but it was fair. And now the race is starting to get into a sort of a rhythm. There are some drivers that might be holding a little bit back in reserve to try and have that final push to go for a position, to keep themselves up the order, get as many points on the board as possible. So still, Breitenbach continues to lead. Now by over a second over Niklas Krenz, Ronny Göttler, Max Fleischmann, Hannes Border as Janis Stier looking rather close again to the back bumper. So Stier was very close, just over a 1/10.5 behind Marcel Steinert, and that battle could be intensifying in the last 90 seconds plus a lap. But Hannes Border still ahead in the 468 of those two and rounds out the top 5. Lead is now coming down the main back part of the straightaway onto the double right as we fast approach the completion of lap number 15. And Florian Breitenbach had a 1 second gap over Niklas Krenz. Krenz getting the head down and now has lost out by over 3.5 tenths as Breitenbach now goes in the 50.7s as Janis Stier now sensing it is the time to go for it and to see what happens. And then Marcel Steinert has ideas in the 413 and trying to go up the inside of Hannes Border, and the pair nearly tussle and they have a little bit of contact, wheel to side pod, and that nearly allowed Janis Stier to get through for what is 6th position. But Marcel Steinert in the meantime managed to quickly get past Hannes Border and time that nicely through turn 5. And it was the slightest glance between wheel and side pod. So 23 seconds plus a lap still to go. So next time around, Florian Breitenbach will get the final lap board. The gap now between him and Niklas Krenz extends to 1.655 seconds. Ronny Göttler and Max Fleischmann now 3rd and 4th, as Göttler has managed to get away. But in the meantime, how quickly has he just closed up on Niklas Krenz? So Krenz has now got to watch what happens as Ronny Göttler on the Mach 1 chassis will have an opportunity in the next lap and a bit to try and go for second. And at the minute, Steinert is still leading the battle for 5th position as Max Fleischmann has decided to stick with staying in 4th position. And Franziska Blum has got past Tim Stender as now. Here comes Janis Stier trying to go up the inside of Hannes Border for P6. Ronny Göttler trying to close as we are now on the final lap before the lunch break. So Breitenbach, Florian Breitenbach en route to getting a first win in DD2 this weekend. 5 races in total for each class that we have here at Multen. So through the last chicane and into the left goes Florian Breitenbach. Ronny Göttler won't have enough time to try and get past as Janis Stier has got past Hannes Border now for 6th position, but won't have enough time to get past Marcel Steinert. But round the final corner, Florian Breitenbach from Nies Racing takes the win by over 2 seconds from Niklas Krenz. Ronny Göttler was close but not close enough. Finished 0.3 of a second behind Niklas Krenz in P3. Max Fleischmann takes 4th place. Marcel Steinert in 5th. Janis Stier in the 444 rounds out the top 6. Hannes Border in the 468 was 7th ahead of Jonas Wolscheid. Oliver Breitenbach managed to make a fight back up to 9th position ahead of Yannick Jacobs, who completed the top 10. Dennis Thiem in 11th ahead of Maximilian Dombos, with Tim Stender and Franziska Blum rounding out the 14 drivers in DD2 that finished this race. And Mark Bartels unfortunately retiring on lap number 7, but Florian Breitenbach strikes first here in DD2 at Mulsen. Well, that concludes the first 5 of 17 races here at Arena E in Mulsen. So now it is time for the lunch break. Jetzt ist es Mittagspause bis um 14 Uhr hier in Mulsen und bis gleich. Wir sind wieder beim Livestream direkt auf YouTube und danke sehr und wir sehen uns. So, ladies and gentlemen, those watching on the live stream, we now have an official lunch break until 1400 local time. Jetzt haben wir schon Mittagspause bis um 14 Uhr hier in Arena E in Mulsen. Danke für, wir möchten unsere Zuschauer danken und bis gleich. Jetzt geht es wieder los um 14 Uhr.
wieder ab oder was? Die Schnauze voll, oder?
Bei den Masters ist das doch so.
No.
Die müssen einzeln aufgerufen werden.
Übers Hörgerät.
Die müssen ja erstmal von ihrem Rollator abgekoppelt werden.
Rollator auf der Seite und ins Kart gesetzt.
Die 12 Schritte müssen die alleine können.
Ach du Scheiße. Das ist eine Herausforderung, du, Dieter. Ich sag's dir.
So we now turn our attention to the first of two DD2 Masters races here at Mülsen, and your grid is as follows. On the front row will be the 507 of FM Racing's Timo Haug, and alongside will be RS Competition's 508 in the form of Konrad Bayer. Dennis Thum and Marco Winkler in the 544 and the 566 round out row 2, ahead of Andreas Frenzel and Stefan Krabau in the 503 and the 555. Daniel Schollenberger and Klaus Barnett in the 522 and the 502. That's row number 4. Falco Bergholz in the 520 and Tanju Yildiz are meant to be on row 5, but Yildiz is starting from the beginning of the pre-grid, being late, joining the rest of the 11-strong grid, as Daniel Schultz will start in 10th position, and as soon as the drivers are allowed to race, then Tanju Yildiz will be released. 14 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. And the rain over the lunch break has intensified. So having a track that was consistently evolving into a very, very fast circuit, now the balance has been kind of restored here, as it will be down to Timo Haug and Konrad Bayer to control the 2x2 rolling start formation. So for the first time this afternoon, the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. The drivers now make their way up towards the penultimate right-hander of the circuit. And someone is eager to get going in the pre-grid. I can hear an engine revving down here. But it is Timo Haug and Konrad Bayer that will go into the tram lines and lead the field down towards the start-finish line. Revs rise. Lights are out. We go racing. And my goodness, Dennis Thum gets mugged off the start by Konrad Bayer as Tanju Yildiz now gets released as they filter their way through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. As Bayer down to 4th position. But in the meantime, the 566 of Marco Winkler now trying to go for the lead into turn 5. but can't have... Oh, and there's been a turnaround. Oh, there's been a turnaround, and that looks to be, I think, probably Dennis Thum and Conrad Bayer that might have come together there. That is the 544. Now gets back in the car, puts the accelerator down and starts getting away as Bayer now down into 5th position. But the two leaders starting to mount a breakaway. So two drivers trying to get away from the rest of the field. The treacherous conditions still catching some of the drivers out. And in 2nd position. So there has been a significant change up and down the order. So now Dennis Thum, who was on the front, who was up into 2nd position by turn 2, now finds himself down at the bottom of the field. Timo Haug leads. Marco Winkler now in 2nd position ahead of Andreas Frenzel, Stefan Grabau and Konrad Bayer. Klaus Barnett and Daniel Schellenberger now complete the top 7 positions. Yildiz up to 8th now ahead of Birkholz, Schultz and... Oh, and yeah, Tanya, thank you very much to one of our timekeepers for noticing, pointing to me that Daniel Yildiz has had a spin around at turn 2 as we've had a 5-second penalty being issued to Daniel Schellenberger. So just over 12 minutes to go plus an additional lap. So still as the some of the drivers, oh, that was very, very close for Andreas Frenzel, who goes sideways through the chicane as Konrad Bayer trying to go round towards the outside of the penultimate corner, but gets compromised as, oh, there was a spin around, and I think that might have been possibly Stefan Grabau that just went spinning up the inside, trying to put the power down through the penultimate corner, and Konrad Bayer was blindsided, had absolutely nowhere to go. So Grabau drops to 7th position as a result of that slight coming together. As Andreas Frenzel looks to be up into 2nd position, but the gap was about half a second coming across the start-finish line between 1st and 2nd position. But looks to be extending. As Daniel Schellenberger looks to have gotten ahead of Konrad Bayer. And both he and Schellenberger now go a bit wide, using the wider line coming through the corner that puts them onto the back part of the circuit. So Falco Bilkords also has gone down now to the last position. 11th place at the minute. Says, oh, someone's off into the gravel and Konrad Bayer spins around at the very same time. And that is the 5.02 of Klaus Barnett, who is beached in the gravel, but Konrad Bayer keeps on circulating. So Winkler leads by 3.4 seconds and ahead of Andreas Frenzel. Timo Haug, Daniel Schellenberger, Dennis Thum, Stefan Grabau, Konrad Bayer now dropping down to 7th position as Klaus Barnett's race has just ended quite suddenly. So double waved yellows at the penultimate corner. So Barnett was trying to go towards the outside of the corner, ran wide and hit the gravel, and all 4 tyres got well and truly beached. So yellow flags were waved as now Klaus Barnett able to get down. So manages to get back out on the circuit. Still means that Barnett will score points, but that's going to be a lot of a tall order to try and get up, and lost a lot of ground. 9.5 minutes, or just under thereof, plus an additional lap. Winkler leads from Frenzel by 3.3 seconds. Timo Haug, who was on pole position, now down in 3rd. Daniel Schellenberger, Dennis Thum, Stefan Grabau and Konrad Bayer round out the top 7 positions, as Falco Bilkords is a confirmed retirement. And the rain is still consistently falling, so it's going to make it even more treacherous as the drivers try and circumnavigate their way around the 1,315 metre circuit. as now the blue flags are starting to be used by the marshalling team. Oh, and we've had a spin around up at the penultimate corner. Now, was that the race leader? Maybe Marco Winkler, has he? I don't think he's dropped it. No, Winkler's just crossed the line. See who comes across the line in second. That's Frenzel. Haug in third. And that was Schollenberger and Thum going side by side across the start-finish line. And I think that might have been Thum that's got up the inside. Well, it was Schollenberger, so that was having to defend quite quickly. And Schollenberger was trying to defend the position, as Daniel Yildiz now yielding and letting the other drivers get past. So Klaus Barnett still running and in 10th position at the moment, as the 524 of Daniel Schultz's car sounded a bit off there from the engine. Leader comes across the line, so Winkler still leading. As there has been a change, as Dennis Thum has just got past Timo Haug for third position. Looks like Daniel Yildiz has pulled into the pits. So that might be his race done and dusted. Down to 9 competitors we go here in the first of 2 DD2 Masters races here at Mulsanne today. As Dennis Thum and Timo Haug still battling away. Haug trying to close. Six and a half minutes remaining on the clock, still to go, plus an additional lap. But Winkler just has to keep going to ensure a commanding lead, and the lead thus far is 3.857 seconds. As the leader now comes around the final corner to complete lap number 7, as we've had more dramas off of the penultimate corner. There is quite a lot of standing water starting to show, well, rear its ugly head on the circuit. As now, that was Andreas Frenzel that went off, as Timo Haug and Dennis Thum have now gone past in second and third position. Schollenberger, Frenzel, Grabau, Konrad Bayer crosses the line in 7th still. Klaus Panner is still circulating in 9th position, but is a lap off of the leaders. As Dennis Thum, looks like Timo Haug battling away. That is for 2nd and 3rd position on the road, and they've got a kart just behind, and I've got a feeling that might be Daniel Schollenberger. Schollenberger was about 9/10 of a second behind Dennis Thum on the last lap before Thum took Haug for 2nd position. And the 524 of Daniel Schultz, that car not sounding healthy, not at full racing speed. But Dennis Thum now 6.372 seconds behind Winkler, who continues to lead, now onto lap number 9. Timo Haug a further 1.4 seconds adrift in 3rd position. And Daniel Schollenberger in the 522, trying to close up for 3rd position. 4.5 minutes still remaining, as it looks like Daniel Schultz is looking to just get to the end of the race, and is allowing the remainder of the field to just get past. As now Schollenberger still trying to battle away with the 507 of Timo Haug from FM Racing. As now, towards the outside of Timo Haug, tries to go Daniel Schollenberger. For third position, takes a wider line through turns 2 and 3, gets a good run of momentum, tries to pull alongside the 507 coming through the left-hand kink. Goes to the right, then goes to the left, in towards the inside the line of the corner. But Haug still able to keep in front. Now down into the infield straight away. But Haug still has the measure of Schollenberger at this particular moment in time. As now Schollenberger looking a bit more towards the inside through the final chicane on the circuit. With both drivers bumping their way over the curbs. So 2 confirmed retirements. Tanju Yildiz on lap 4. Fabio Bielkords unfortunately retiring on the very first lap, as both Winkler and Thum are still first and second respectively. Timo Haug now has nearly a half a second gap over Daniel Schollenberger. Frenzel in 5th place, ahead of Stefan Grabau. Klaus Panett is still in 8th position as Konrad Bayer now crosses the line in 7th position. So first and second position still pretty much as they were, but it is the battle between Haug and Schollenberger, with the rain still falling. And the battle for third position isn't over yet, because Schollenberger looks a bit quicker coming out of the double right-hander after the infield section to try and close up. But then Haug is just able to power away as they go into the penultimate right-hander. But it just depends on whether Daniel Schollenberger can get the run of momentum through the final right-hander. Onto the start-finish straight. Less than 90 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. This time Schollenberger really closed up quick on Timo Haug. And again, through turns 2 and 3, Schollenberger's got the move done. He sweeps up the inside of the 507, neatly done. As it is... I've just seen Klaus Panett and Konrad Bayer go side by side through the right-hand kink up to the start-finish line. As the 555 of Stefan Grabau looks to have gotten in front of Andreas Frenzel. And that's for fifth on the road. But this time, I've just noticed the Marco Winkler is being closed in on by Dennis Thum. Looks like the 524 of Daniel Schultz is now going to be effectively classed as a retirement, but we've got 15 seconds on the clock to go. Now, Marco Winkler did a 1 minute 7.7, so must have had a couple of dramas on that last lap. And now is really being pressurised for the lead by the 544 of Dennis Thum. Daniel Schultz has parked the kart, unfortunately. So down to 8 competitors on the penultimate lap. Last lap board this time around will be shown to both Marco Winkler and Dennis Thum, with Thum getting to the widest line possible out onto the back section of the circuit. Through the chicane they come for the penultimate time. Now the run up to the double right-hander, and there goes Dennis Thum up the inside. Does he get the move done on Marco Winkler? He does, but then coming out of the final corner, Winkler will have the advantage in terms of the slipstream if he can keep it planted on all 4 wheels. But not the case this time. On to the final lap we go. Dennis Thum gets a lead of now what is 0.648 of a second on the final lap, ahead of Marco Winkler. So Winkler now has to try and get a good run over the next couple of short straightaways. But Dennis Thum looks to have made the opportunity work for him. As Andreas Frenzel has lost out to Konrad Bayer for 6th position in the meantime. As leaders now coming through onto the back section of the circuit for the last time in their first out of 2 races here in Mülsen. But Dennis Thum having a good run there. And I think that Stefan Krabau has just lost out to Konrad Bayer in the process for position. And so 5th to 7th. Oh, now there was a bit of a bump over the curbs there by Stefan Krabau, but it's a win for Dennis Thum. Marco Winkler secures 2nd position. A little bit of a frustration there, I think, for Daniel Schollenberger, but finishes very well in 3rd place. 4th comes the 5:07 of Timo Haug, and Konrad Bayer comes out of the final corner and will secure 5th place, having started on the front row of the grid. With Stefan Krabau and Andreas Frenzel rounding out the top 7 positions. Klaus Parnett will finish a lap off of the leaders in 8th place. But Daniel Schultz would retire on lap number 9, Daniel Yildiz on lap number 4, and Fabio Birkholz on the very first lap. But Dennis Thum wins by 2.679 seconds ahead of Marco Winkler. So we now go onto our next set of races, the second of 3 phases here at Mülsen for the first day of official competition for the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. So Micromax now about to get underway with their second of 3 races here. They'll have another 2 tomorrow. Local time 14:21. So just a slight delay as we've got one of the carts being recovered back into the pits, and momentarily the field of Micromax drivers will be released out onto the circuit. The engines now start up. So the second Micromax race of the weekend about to get underway. Here's your grid. So on pole position will be Niklas Casarino, and alongside will be Alexander Klugel in the numbers 12 and 80 respectively. Gabriel Hoffmann and Tom Heger in the 95 and the 88 will round out row number 2. Maxim Becker in the 55 and Kenyon Washington in the 14, that's row 3. Ole Glan in the 18, and Maximilian Pilch in the 11. That is row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's Matthias Schult and Leopold Juch in the 50 and the 13 respectively, with Noah Janssen and Christos Malakos in the 31 and the 27. And it looks like we've got the number 18 of Oleg Glan actually stuck downstairs trying to start the Rotax engine. So we do go onto the formation lap. So it looks like Oleg Glan will be starting from the end of the pit lane once the remaining drivers have been released. 9 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap set to get underway very, very shortly. Red lights now put on the starting gantry. And it will be Casarino and Klugel that will control the rolling start pace as we now are on the formation lap. So we're just waiting for 4 more drivers that are currently out on the formation lap to catch up to the rest of the field. And then when they come through the final chicane, they'll then be informed to slow down. And that will allow the rest of the field to bunch up and get them into position. So Casarino, Klugel, Hoffmann, Reger and Becker. Those are the top 5 drivers on the grid. So Micromax come round, the final corner here at Mulzen, ready to get their second race of the day underway. Revs rise. Do we go lights out? We are off and we are racing. As Klugel trying to get into the initial lead, going into turn 2 for the first time, going towards the outside. So Casarino leads, Klugel in second. Looks like Kenyon Washington's already got up into 4th place, so has gained 2 positions after the initial start phase there, as the entire field making its way into the infield for the first time. Casarino still leads. Klugel now being chased down, and it looks like there's a move being attempted up the inside by Gabriel Hoffmann, who then has got Kenyon Washington just behind, and then it's Tom Reger in 5th place. So the entire field still circulating as they go down the back part of the circuit. As Maxime Becker trying and get past Tom Reger for position. Might have made the move before the penultimate right-hander. As very shortly we will get through to complete lap number 1. But Niklas Casarino is currently leading. Alexander Klugel is in second, but is being chased down by Gabriel Hoffmann. Kenyon Washington in 4th place. Then it's Tom Reger, Maxime Becker, Maximilian Pilch. Oh, we've had a couple of carts come together off of the exit of turn 2. Make that 3. A 5-second penalty handed to the leader of all people, Niklas Casarino, has been given a 5-second penalty for by race control. So quite a few drivers involved. 3 carts there off of turn number 2, and the battle for second position now being battled between, or make that 3rd place, I think that might be Gabriel Hoffmann and Maximilian Pilch, who has now been able to make up some ground as a result of the 3 carts that went off of turn 2. Just under 6 minutes and 50 seconds plus additional lap. Drivers using very, very different racing lines in order to get the optimum traction coming out of the corners. And sometimes when you see a driver going very, very wide through into a corner rather than hitting the apex, sometimes the tyres bite down on the tarmac and gain that extra bit of traction. And we've also had the 55, Maxime Becker, being given a 5-second penalty. So Casarino has a 1.622 second lead over Alexander Klugel. So in the next 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus a lap, Nicolas Casarino needs to have at least 5.1 seconds advantage in the lead of the race, as Gabriel Hoffmann is just trying to get past, I think that was Christos Malakos, for what is 9th position. So 5-second penalties given also now to the 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann. So Casarino has been given a penalty, and also the number 55 of... so all 3 drivers were found to have had all 4 wheels outside of their respective corridors going through the tram lines on the start phase. So it's 2 wheels out, it's an automatic 3-second penalty, 5 seconds if it's all 4 wheels out on the start. So that is going to change quite a lot, but Nicolas Casarino now needs to just get the head down and go for it, and just put in the lap times, and has started responding accordingly. 1.6 seconds on lap 2 was the gap between Casarino and Alexander Klugel, but now it is up to 2.258 seconds, as there's a nice little battle here for 3rd place, and that is including Maxime Becker, who's got Maximilian Pilch trying to close down for what is effectively 3rd place. And just behind you've got Ole Glan, who started from the pits, now up into 5th position, and is battling with Tom Reger in the 88. Hoffmann not too far behind now in the number 95. As, oh, now we've had a turnaround, and that is Tom Reger that's gone off into the gravel. So driver gets out of the kart, trying to move it unassisted. So yellow flags being waved. Marshall now running to the site of the spin around there. So in that particular part, double waved yellow, so no overtaking permitted. And now Nicolas Casarino has a 3.985 second advantage over Alexander Klugel. Kenyon Washington has unfortunately DNF'd and is out of the second race. But we'll have another opportunity later on this afternoon. Maxime Becker, Maximilian Pilch and Ole Glan ran out the top 5 places, followed by Gabriel Hoffmann and Christos Malakos. So Tom Reger looks to have gotten back on the circuit and started circulating again. As the battle between Becker and Pilch for 3rd place definitely starting to get very, very intense as they go through the final chicane, through the right-left, onto the short blast up to the penultimate corner on the circuit. 2 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap still to go. Nicolas Casarino trying to extend that gap. Crosses the line. There's a 1 minute 16.365. And the gap now is 3.8 seconds because Alexander Klugel has now just put in a 1 minute 16.251. As Becker and Pilch still battling tooth and nail over 3rd position. They were 0.3 of a second exactly apart last time around when they completed lap number 5. Ole Glan and Gabriel Hoffmann now still competing. This is over 5th position, but Hoffmann will be dropping down the order as a result of being one of 3 drivers that have had a 5-second penalty. And Hoffmann looks to have made the move past, or not the case. But then Ole Glan goes back up the inside to retake the position nice and cleanly through the penultimate chicane on the circuit. So just over 90 seconds remaining, and Becker and Pilch still battling away over P3. So Casarino will complete lap number 6. Gap was 3.871 seconds and is now 3.2. So Alexander Klugel, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, has gone quicker. 1 minute 15.724. Battle for third place on the road, but not necessarily in the eventual results. Still wages on. 60 seconds on the clock remaining, so effectively, depending on when Nicolas Casarino crosses the line, as we've now had a 5-second penalty handed to Kenyon Washington, I believe, just showing on the digital flag. So the battle for third place, and then also the battle for third place, and also the battle for what is fifth, will be continuing on until the checkered flag. So Casarino now crosses the line once again to complete lap number 6. And crosses the line with 8 seconds on the clock remaining. So this plus an additional lap. He's now extended the gap to 3.773 seconds. So to be safe, Nicolas Casarino has to find 6.5 tenths of a second a lap at the very least to ensure the victory for race 2. We were waiting for Tom Reger to come across the line, who does now, as there has been a change of position once again. Gabriel Hoffmann has now been overtaken and nearly comes into contact with Ole Glan there. But still, the pair are still battling away. Casarino will now get the last lap board in the number 12 from Nice Racing. But the gap does not look to have been that far extended. Or has it? Just under 3.1 seconds between Nicolas Casarino as... Oh, now there's been a bit of a moment there. That's for Ole Glan off of the penultimate corner on the race, on the circuit. And drops a couple of positions as a result of that. So that allows Gabriel Hoffmann to get away. But in front, Christos Malakos gets past by Noah Janssen in the 31, as now Ole Glan trying to get up at least a position before the end of the race, as the leader now coming through into the penultimate chicane here at the circuit, which is Nice Racing's Nicolas Casarino. So just another 3 to 4 corners for the number 12 to negotiate it, as we've had more dramas off on the infield. And Ole Glan looks to be dropping all the way back. So the checkered flag now being prepared to wave for Micromax race number 2 here at Mulsanne. Nicolas Casarino will cross the line on the road first. However, judging by the gap, and it's not going to be enough, 2.417 seconds, and that effectively promotes Alexander Klugel to first on the road, but will put Casarino second when the time has been added post-race. Maximilian Pilch third, Maxim Becker fourth. They've just adjusted the time, so Alexander Klugel takes the win. Nicolas Casarino in second, Maximilian Pilch in third, Gabriel Hoffmann showing in fourth, but drops to sixth behind Maxim Becker and Noah Janssen, who rounds out the top 5. Christos Malakos in seventh, ahead of Leopold Jouch, Ole Glan and Matthias Schulze, as we wait to see when Tom Reger crosses the line, and the 88 will do so, as Kenyon Washington, unfortunately, is the only retiree after a 3-kart incident off of turn number 4. So it's 1 to Nicolas Casarino, and the other victory to Alexander Klüger.
Ich hab jetzt den Kamera umgebaut, so der steht direkt hinter dem Krankenwagen. Also ich habe da Position für den Vorstart. Aber diese Position, was du im Moment hast, ist auch sehr gut, wenn die dann rausfahren. Und dann, wenn du da so ein bisschen drauf bleibst, wie du jetzt die letzten 2 Rennen gemacht hast, dann ist es richtig gut.
Okay, machen wir.
Ja, und so eineinhalb Minuten bis rausfahren.
So just a recovery operation over the far side of the circuit, just off of the penultimate corner. So momentarily we will be getting underway with our second Minimax race here at Mülsen for the continuation of the first round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. So the drivers for Minimax now leave the pre-grid and head on to their first lap before the first of 2 laps. Sighting, then formation. Here's your grid. So on pole position will be the 174 of Hugo Gütel, and alongside will be Moritz Wolber in the 115. Montego Maassen in the 111 will have Miko Mikov in the 102 alongside for company on row 2. Tom Müller and Jonas Ungnada in the 122 and the 158 respectively. That is row number 3. Row 4 sees Adrien Hohr in the 103 and Maximilian Schreier in the 166 alongside. David Chehuk in the 121 and Leandro Fischer in the 136 round out the top 10 positions. David Schnell and in the 112 and Austin Lee in the 107 will complete the 12 strong. Austin Lee did win the race but looks to have had a post-race penalty. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap set on the clock. And now the field starts to slow down and get everyone, as we've had a spinner on the formation lap and another spinner through turns 5 into 7. So the drivers now having to try and get themselves back into their relevant positions as quickly as possible. and one of which was the 122 of Tom Müller, who will start on the inside of row number 3. The red light's now illuminated on the starting gantry just above the Digi flag. So there's Gütel, Wolber, Massen, Mikov, Müller, Ungnader, Rohr, Schreier, Giroux, Fischer, Schnell and Lee. That is the full lineup of 12 Minimax competitors who now make their way through the penultimate corner. So we get set for race 2 for Minimax. They come around the final corner. They now start moving into the tram lines. Very difficult to see with the wet weather being as hefty as it has been as the revs rise. Lights go out. We do go racing as it is nearly 3 abreast heading into turn through the right-hand kink at turn 1. And the drivers just trying to watch, have the spatial awareness around each other. But already Austin Lee from the back of the grid has actually shot his way up the field. He's up into 5th place before we've even hit the infield. So real good turn of pace from the 107, who is now up into 4th place, having got past the 111 of Montego Massen. As the 2 drivers leading the way, Hugo Gütel and also Moritz Wolber, will now start coming under pressure from those behind, especially if Austin Lee manages to get up into 3rd position, which now he is trying to do and trying to get up the inside of Mikko Mikov, and the pair do nearly touch. As Gütel now trying to get a breakaway, as Austin Lee looking towards the inside for 3rd position. Up the inside goes the 107. So Gütel continuing to lead, Wolber 2nd, Austin Lee from 12th on the grid by the end of the first lap up into 3rd position, and is trying to chase the front runners down. In his wake he's got Mikko Mikov in the 102, the 111 of Montego Massen, and then the 158 of Jonas Ungnader. As Montego Massen trying to do a move up the inside of the 102 of Mikko Mikov, but could not get the use the opportunity to an advantage. But the 2 leaders now starting to battle away. The gap between them was 1.339 seconds, as now Austin Lee really sensing a good opportunity here. Mikko Mikov now keeping Montego Massen and Jonas Ugnader at bay for what is 4th position on the road, as Austin Lee gets up the inside of Moritz Wolber for 2nd position coming through the final chicane, and nearly loses out the position in the process going towards the penultimate corner. As I think I do spot, unfortunately, that Leandro Fischer might be up at the outside of the penultimate corner, as Austin Lee now is in 2nd position ahead of Moritz Wolber, with Gütel leading by about 0.7 of a second. But in the treacherous conditions that we've got, it is about who has the best setup, which can help with regards to pace, as Austin Lee now closing on the leader. And from 4th to 6th position, it's Mikko Mikov, Montego Massen and Jonas Ugnader that are battling away for that. David Schnell has got past Adrien Rohr, as Leandro Fischer and David Giroux have been confirmed as retirements, as Montego Massen goes up the inside of Mikko Mikov, up into who now loses another place. And that was Ungnader, I think, that got in there and managed to get past. But no, hang on a second. That's actually Austin Lee, who has dropped down out of 2nd position, now trying to fight back, and has dropped down to 5th place. So 10 out of the 12 drivers still circulating. We have 5 minutes and 23 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Leading the way, it is still Hugo Gütel. Moritz Wolber now 2nd. Montego Masson now past Mikko Mikov, who was running the back bumper of the 111, going through the right-hand kink. And then the approach down towards turn 2. Austin Lee very much still in this, but possibly not for a potential victory. The 107 is ahead of Jonas Ungnada in the 158. So the two leaders. Well, I was looking at the gap between Volber and Montego Masson, and the gap last time around was 1.964 seconds. As Austin Lee trying to get past Mikko Mikov and gets up the inside. Uses a tighter line. We've had a 5-second penalty issued to Maximilian Schreier in the 166. Who is currently still the last of the drivers, as we have had a spinner, and that might have been possibly Tom Müller going in towards the final part of the track itself, as the 102 of Mikko Mikov is now battling away with the 158 of Jonas Ungnada. So Gürtel leads Volber by just over 9/10 of a second, as Austin Lee trying to look to go up the inside of Jonas Ungnada. And the pair nearly collide coming through turn 3. So the 166 of Maximilian Schreier has been given a 5-second pushing penalty. As again, Ungnada not letting go of positions, as Austin Lee trying to fight back. Ungnada hits the curbs quite significantly there, going through into the left at turn 5. But Austin Lee not close enough to capitalise. So we've got just under 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap. There are squabbles at the bottom part of the top 6 positions, as Montego Masson looking a little bit lonely in 3rd place at the minute, but Jonas Ungnada still keeping ahead of the 107 from Karchmi.de, who is trying to close up going into the next corner and has not made up the position. No matter how hard that Austin Lee tries, Ungnada is still able to counter-attack. So the gap between Hugo Gürtel and Moritz Volber now is just over half a second. Masson in 3rd. Ungnada still battling away with Austin Lee, who looks to have gotten up the inside and now taken 4th position in the 107. Ungnada now chasing the 107 of Austin Lee down and goes side by side in the approach into turn 5. Lee has got the inside line and keeps the position, as Mikko Mikov still not out of this battle. So it is sometimes between when one driver will try a different racing line in wet weather conditions, and that will allow the tyres to grip quite well, and when they power out of the corners, you get the look of a kart that's really, really cornering very, very well, and it's got the perfect balance of traction and adhesion. But the first 2 drivers still, it is Hugo Gürtel leading the way. Moritz Volber still trying to close up in 2nd position as they come out of the final corner. They'll start lap number 7. So lap 6 in the books. Gap between 1st and 2nd now nigh on over doubled. 1.149 seconds between Gürtel and Volber. Masson in 3rd. Austin Lee in 4th place. Jonas Ungnada now up into now in 5th position ahead of Mikko Mikov. Adrian Rohr in the 103, still in 7th position. Tom Müller crosses the line in 8th place ahead of David Schnell in the 112, with Maximilian Schreier still circulating in the 166. So just over 60 seconds of this race remaining. So Gürtel looks to be on course to just keep that lead. And next time around, when they cross the line, with just under 30 seconds on the clock remaining, Hugo Gürtel has a lead of just under 1.3 seconds over Moritz Volber. Montego Masson and Austin Lee. Looks to be a little bit closer between the pair of them at the moment. But Austin Lee will fast run out of time to try and get a top 3 finish in this race. And will have another chance at a potential victory later on this afternoon. Unganada rounds out the top 5. Mikov in 6th in the 102, the 103 of Adrien Roy. In 7th, head of Tom Müller and David Schnell in the 112, rounding out the top 9. With Maximilian Schreier still circulating, so still 10 drivers looking to complete this 9-minute plus 1 additional lap race. And there has been a bit of a development at the front of the field, I think. It looks like Hugo Gürtel might be coming under fire now from Moritz Wolber. So it looks like Gürtel has had a very difficult lap last time around. And that is the case. Looks like Moritz Wolber will try and close. And the gap now down to 0.3 of a second. A 1 minute 13.5 for Gürtel. And Wolber did a 1 minute 12.558. Nigh on just under 7 thousandths off of it, exactly a second quicker. As now they head towards the infield for the final time. So Gürtel is going to have to try and hang on for the next few corners. So just a few more corners remain of the race. And Hugo Gürtel will now try and power away from Moritz Wolber. Montego Masson is only 1.5 seconds behind this battle as they now go down the back straightaway. So 2 more corners to go. Gürtel now just needs to get a good run out of the final turn. And let's see. Yep, hangs on for the win here in race 2 for Minimax. Moritz Wolber will finish 0.637 seconds behind in second position. Montego Masson rounds out the top 3. Austin Lee from 12th on the grid will finish in 4th place. 3.946 seconds off of the leaders. A bit of sportsmanship there. Nice to see from Hugo Gürtel and Moritz Wolber. Jonas Unganada in the 158 rounds out the top 5 ahead of Mikov. Adrien Roy in the 103 will take 7th. Ahead of Tom Müller in the 122 in 8th place. With David Schnell taking 9th. We just wait for one more driver to come across the start-finish line, which will be the 166 of Germany's Maximilian Schreier. And unfortunately, on the very first lap, both David Jehook and Leandro Fischer both not finishing the race. So here is your grid for the second Junior Rotax race here at Mulsen. Nikita Genza in the 226 will have Valentin Klus alongside in the 201 on the front row. Magnus Pedersen in the 247 will have Kian Agasade in the 262 alongside. Morris Schmeis in the 210 and the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen round out the top three rows. Nevio Fischer in the 236 will have Rafael Renhofer in the 233 alongside, with Janis Stiak in the 238 and Rafael Baltzer in the 217 completing the top 10. Luis Jacobs in the 228, Leon Arndt in the 208, Din Hurich in the 219, Richard Thomas in the 205, Robin Hillebrands in the 241 and Farin Mega in the 245 will complete the 16 driver strong grid. They now go on to the formation lap here. So it will be down to Nikita Genza and Valentin Klus to control the pace. Red lights on the gantry, 11 minutes set on the timer. And when that counts down to 0, we will have one more additional lap. So the drivers at the front of the field start slowing down in order for the rest of the grid to catch up. So the top 10, Nikita Genza, Valentin Klus, Magnus Pedersen, Kian Agasade, Morris Schmeis, Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, Rafael Renhofer, Janis Stiak and Rafael Baltzer. We go round the final corner. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Full start. First one of the meeting. Race director not happy with that one. So another formation lap it is. So once again, we go under full course yellow conditions. So it is just about resetting and getting refocused, making sure that you react accordingly in the start phase once they start entering the tram lines. So 11 minutes of competition for the second of 3 races today for Junior Rotax. Let's see if the second time is a lot cleaner than the first, because if we do get the lights going out, we will be racing for 11 minutes. Drivers now filtering their way through the final corner at the 1,315 meter circuit here at Mulsen. Into the tram lines for the second time we go. Revs rise, lights are out, we are off and away, and it's 3 abreast for second position, heading into turn 2 for the first time. Looks like Valentin Klus trying to get up the inside. Oh, there's been a couple of cars spinning into each other. I think one of them might have been, I think it's Nikita Genza and Kian Agasade that have had a contact, and it is. They've dropped all the way down to the bottom of the field, and Farin Mega just had a bit of a moment too. And along with that, it's definitely not getting any easier out there as well, because there's more karts going off of turn number 5. Now at the moment, looks like Valentin Klus, I think, has got the lead as they now go over to the back part of the circuit for the first time. The drivers of Nyon been tripping all over each other since turn number 2 when we went lights out. As again, they're wrestling with the karts. It's not easy out there in these wet weather conditions. Track is still pretty greasy. I think that it was I think Morris Schmeitz might be a little bit further up the order, might even be up into second position before the end of the first lap. Leaders coming around turn, the final corner, and at the moment that is Magnus Pedersen that's leading. And it's Morris Schmeitz, Mikkel Pedersen, Valentin Klus, Nevio Fischer up to 5th ahead of Raphael Renhofer. Raphael Balzer now up into 7th place. Louis Jacobs, Din Jurich, and Farin Mega now. Oh, and we've had another tussle. Yellow flags again off of turn number 2. And I think that might have been Nikita Genza in the walls again. The 226 not having a great race whatsoever, and has been closed in on by Kian Agasade. As through into the penultimate chicane on the circuit, it looks like Mikkel Pedersen is trying to keep Valentin Klus at bay as Valentin Klus tries to go up the inside, but then Mikkel Pedersen keeps the power through the corner around the outside of the 201. But then Valentin Klus gets a better run coming out of the corner and going in towards the inside, going up the inside of Pedersen to take third place as Morris Schmeitz nearly loses out on second. But then Pedersen back past Klus through into the final corner. But Magnus Pedersen is probably rubbing his hands with glee coming across the start-finish line. The gap now between first and second is a whopping 2.5 seconds at the minute as Mikkel Pedersen goes up the inside of Morris Schmeitz. And then I think Valentin Klus has also got through in the process and has actually got past the 252. So Schmeitz having a bit of drama trying to put the power down through turns 2 and 3. Couldn't get the traction down as Valentin Klus comes out of the left-right chicane off of the infield and nearly loses the back end after the front end hits the curbs. But Magnus Pedersen starting to lead and is trying to pull away. As now Schmeitz trying to go side by side with Mikkel Pedersen and slingshots past on the exit out of the final chicane and gets the move done. But then Mikkel Pedersen might have a better run coming out of the final corner, but that's dependent if there was going to be dramas for Morris Schmeitz. But Schmeitz gets the power down through the penultimate corner. So at the moment it is a 1-2 at the moment for RS Competition, with Magnus Pedersen leading, Valentin Klus in second. Gap now 2.864 seconds between the two leaders. Morris Schmeitz in third, Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, Raphael Renhofer, Raphael Balzer in the 217 now up into 7th place, as Mikkel Pedersen getting very aggressive with the curbs there. So effectively it's now a top 3 for RS Competition, with JJ Racing in 4th place. And now Nevio Fischer trying to close in on the 210. But Morris Schmeitz has other ideas, trying to go up the inside through the exit of the chicane. And we had now a 5-second pushing penalty handed to Kian Agasade in the 262. Probably on that first lap incident. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Plus a lap, Magnus Pedersen leads, as Valentin Klus has put in the fastest lap of the race and has gone just over 4/10 quicker than the leader. A 1 minute 6.182. Mikkel Pedersen a further 3.5 seconds adrift in third place. Morris Schmeitz is ahead of Nevio Fischer, Raphael Renhofer, Raphael Balzer, Louis Jacobs, Farin Mega now having started from 16th position on the grid, now up into 9th place. Din Jurich now up into 10th ahead of Nikita Genza, Kian Agasade. We've got Leon Arndt, Janis Stiak, Kobe Hillebrands and Richard Thomas rounding out the 16 strong who are still circulating, as the 228 of Louis Jacobs gets up the inside of Rafael Balza, as does Farin Mega. So the 217 now drops down to 9th position. A couple of places dropped in a couple of corners. As now, I see that Morris Schmeis is trying to close up onto Mikkel Pedersen through the penultimate corner. So Magnus Pedersen still continuing to lead ahead of Valentin Klus, who again goes 0.553 seconds quicker and drops the gap down to 1.886. Mikkel Pedersen in third. Morris Schmeis, Neville Fischer, Rafael Renhofer, Farin Mega, Luis Jacobs, Rafael Balza, and now Nikita Genza, who's recovering. Well, he's actually, Genza's got past Balza and now has Farin Mega in the crosshairs. As it is definitely a game of toing and froing between Rafael Balza and Nikita Genza, who are trying to swapping positions, as Morris Schmeis again gets a good, bit of a hit from behind for Mikkel Pedersen, as Morris Schmeis trying accelerating out of the final chicane and trying to go up towards the inside, but had nowhere but front bumper hitting rear bumper in front of him. Magnus Pedersen still leading from Valentin Klus. The gap is now 1.7 seconds as Valentin Klus is close to breaking the 1:06 lap time barrier. Morris Schmeis still trying to close on Mikkel Pedersen, and the gap now between them just under 4 tenths. Nikita Genza now up into 8th place and is trying to battle away with Farin Mega, who looks to be a little bit further up the road. Luis Jacobs and Rafael Balza now round out the top 10. As Richard Thomas now has now crossed the line. We're now on to lap number 7 of this Junior Rotax race, and we still have just under 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock remaining. This will be giving a bit of time and an opportunity here for Morris Schmeis to see if the gap to Mikkel Pedersen in 3rd position can be closed, as the 2 leaders have now crossed the start-finish line. Gap now down to 1.263 seconds. Valentin Klus, a 1:06.506. Magnus Pedersen, a 1:06.945. So Klus is quite clearly the quicker driver. Mikkel Pedersen still trying to fend off the unwelcome advances of Morris Schmeis. So the JJ Racing driver looking to make good the intentions of trying to get past. But with the previous effort through the final chicane on the last lap, Schering was not able to get past, but gets very up close and personal. And this time, before they got to the chicane, Morris Schmeis goes up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen for P3 and makes the move stick before the chicane is even encountered. So let's have a look at the leaders. Top 2 were 1.2 seconds adrift of each other. Again, Valentin Klus goes quicker by 0.219 of a second. 221. Drops the gap to just over a second. Morris Schmeis now trying to get away from Mikkel Pedersen, but the Dane in the 252 not allowing the German to breathe. And then a little bit further behind, Neville Fischer is leading the way in 5th place, as Farin Mega and Nikita Genza are battling away over 7th position. And it looks like Nikita Genza has the advantage for the minute, as now the gap has really come down between the 2 leaders. Magnus Pedersen, the gap was a second last time around, but the way that Valentin Klus has just kept on pushing forward, that gap has been absolutely decimated. They now come round the final corner. Gap was 1.042 seconds. 0.4. That is incredible performance there by Valentin Klus to keep a little bit in reserve. And now Magnus Pedersen will feel the heat on the back of the collar because of the fact that Pedersen will be able to sense that Valentin Klus is closing, and closing rather rapidly. 35 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap. Pedersen, oh my goodness, gets a bit slow out of the corner, and Valentin Klus just shot up the inside rather quickly and gets the lead. So it looked like Magnus Pedersen was trying to get traction, and Valentin Klus just saw an opening and just went for it and managed to get past without being obstructed or having any potential collision with his teammates at RS Competition, as they now come through the final couple of corners. Last lap board is out. So Valentin Klus has just under 1,300 meters to negotiate. Maurice Schmeis now has a bit of daylight, well, a considerable bit of daylight of about 9.5 tenths of a second at the end of the tunnel between himself and Mikkel Pedersen as they round out the top four. Nikita Genza, despite the first main corner incident on lap 1, has managed to get back up to 5th position. So Genza on that Sodi kart chassis having a lot of pace. Nevio Fischer in 6th, Farin Mega in 7th, Raphael Renhofer now in 8th place. Kian Agasade, who will receive a 5-second penalty post-race for pushing, up into 9th place. Luis Jacobs and Rafael Balza ran out the top 10 ahead of Janis Steauk, Leon Arndt, as there is a little bit of a drama there as one of the karts. But now the checkered flag will wave. This time it will wave not for Nikita Genza, it will be Valentin Klus. One hand in the air, celebrating with the finger as Magnus Pedersen goes across the line in 2nd place. Maurice Schmeis from JJ Racing takes 3rd. Ahead of Mikkel Pedersen in 4th with Nikita Genza closing hand over fist over the last few laps and put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.790. Farin Mega started 16th and finished in 6th ahead of Nevio Fischer. Raphael Renhofer, Kian Agasade, who now drops behind Luis Jacobs as a result of the 5-second pushing penalty. In 10th place, Rafael Balza in 11th. Janis Steauk, Leon Arndt, Din Jurich, Corbin Hillebrands and Richard Thomas all finished the race with Hillebrands and Thomas, well, Hillebrands on the same lap as the leaders with Thomas a lap adrift. Next up, it is the second Senior Rotax race of the day, and here is your grid. On pole position from JJ Racing will be Luca Thiel in the 399. Linus Hansen in the 333 will be alongside Tim Micromax, and Luca Köster from Kraft Motorsport will round out the top 2 rows. Fabian Bock and Julia Ponkratz will round up row number 3. Bastien Barlage and Denny Barrett in the 383 complete row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's Max Busch and Lasse Reinhardt. Jori Tenhef and Norton Griffith Falke will complete the top 13 positions ahead of Lukas Hartmann, Yannick Herrmann, Vivian Michel Reit, Finn Stiak, Philipp Hamprecht, Jan Heinen and Lukas Thompson rounding out the 20 strong. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And if the first race was anything to go by, as always, things seem to intensify as the races happen, as we've got the 325 there of Yannick Herrmann, who is now not on the actual formation or sighting laps, but will start from the end of the pre-grid. So once the other 19 drivers are let go to race, then it'll be the same for the 325 of Yannick Herrmann. So it will be down to Luca Thiel and Linus Hansen to control the rolling start. The drivers, there's a few that do need to catch up pretty quickly. So Thiel, Hansen, Mika Metz, Köster, Bock, Ponkratz, Barlage, Bernd, Bavajanak and Busch. That is your top 10. They come through the penultimate corner, ready to go racing once the lights go out on the gantry. 14 minutes set on the timer. Round the final corner come the Senior Rotax contingent. They split, head into the tram lines. The accelerators are pressed down hard. The revs rise. Lights are out. We're racing. And now up towards the first couple of corners we go. Luca Thiel looking to keep the lead initially as someone's gone very, very wide off of turns 2 and 3. As Linus Hansen now battling away with the 366 of Luca Köster. As we've got one now at the back part of the field. And it was the 305. And that was of Lasse Reinhardt, as the driver's still struggling to get over these curbs coming out of turns 6 and 7, as the top 3 starting to break away. And it is still quite slick and greasy out there. 3-second penalty being handed to the 309 of Lukas Hartmann, I believe. That might be for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. But we'll just wait for that confirmation. As all the race for the lead is well and truly on. It's nearly side by side. Oh my goodness me. As there's now 3 carts embroiled in the scrap for the lead, and everyone else is swarming over the scraps over the table. As now it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of the final the penultimate corner. There's 5 carts trying to go through round the final corner. As up the inside of Luca Thiel goes Luca Köster for the lead of the race. So just waiting on confirmation of that 5-second penalty that was awarded, possibly for 2 wheels out of the tram lines, as the 306 of Juri Tenhaf having to battle away. But at the moment, it is the battle between Köster at the front, Thiel in second. Third place looks to be Fabian Bock. Then Bernd, Bavajanak, Tim Micromax, rounding out the top 6 positions as they are squabbling. Oh, there's definitely a bit of barging going on through, as we've had one driver, multi-cart incident, one being turned around. And I'm just thinking, was that Linus Hansen? Because Hansen was all the way down in 10th position. One cart pulled to the other side of the circuit, coming onto the back part of the circuit itself. And the driver now rejoins and starts recirculating. But the top 2 breaking away quite cleanly. Kirster leading from Thiel. Gap between them was just over half a second on the last lap alone. But now the battle for third really raging on. Fabian Bock being chased down by Denny Bount. Tim Micromax in the 303 in 5th place. Vavajanak in the 369 in 6th ahead of Linus Hansen. Juri Tenhef, Philip Hamfrecht all the way up into 9th, now past Julia Ponkratz, who rounds out the top 10. So Max Busch, Lukas Hardman, I think also were a couple of those drivers that had dramas just a lap ago. As now, that, I've just seen a lot of gravel from the back of the 313 of Max Busch, just coming out of the back axle. Well, what looked to be gravel as the number 366 of Kirster still leads from Luca Thiel by over 7.5 tenths of a second. As we now go on to lap number 4. Fabian Bock and Denny Bount are separated by about just under 3/4 of a second. Tim Micromax looking a bit lonely in 5th place. Vavajanak in the 369 in 6th. Then it's Linus Hansen. Philip Hamfrecht. And then you've got Juri Tenhaf being challenged by Julia Ponkratz, who I think might have gone up the inside in for 9th position. So they come through. And some drivers getting better traction out of the corners. And I've just seen that Juri Tenhaf has actually been passed by Jan Heinen in the 316. So it looks like we have a retirement. Unfortunately, that is Lukas Hardman in the 309 out on the very first lap of the race. And Lukas Thompson looks to be following in close pursuit in terms of unfortunately having to retire. So Vavajanak just crosses the line, still rounding out the top 6 positions. Then it's Henson, Hamfrecht, Heinen, Tenhef, and then Ponkratz just outside the top 10. The Voigt Motorsport driver just 0.130 of a second behind, and now is trying to see if she can get past. And this time Ponkratz goes towards the inside line through into turn 5. Didn't quite make the move through, but still has time. 8 minutes and 53 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. As I can just see the opposite side from the commentary position that Lukas Thompson is on the other side of the circuit. But the driver is safe and sound as a little bit off of that position. There is an almighty tussle. 3 karts. And in the middle of it looks to be Jan Heinen in the 316. As now the gap between Luca Costa and Luca Thiel now extends to 1.226 seconds. But Tim Micromax trying to move up the order by just sheer will and fast pace. As the 316 of Jan Heinen trying to battle away with Philip Hamfrecht, who had a DNF last time out. So Hamfrecht definitely coming under fire. And with them is Linus Hansen. Julia Ponkratz not too far behind, but rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Tenhef, Norton Griffith Falke rounds out the top 12 positions. So Lukas Thompson and Lukas Hardman both unfortunately confirmed retirements. We are down to 18 competitors. As I think I've just seen Lasse Reinhardt go up the inside through into the penultimate chicane on Yannick Hermann in the 325. As now, Max Busch just letting the leaders go past. So the top 3 have gone through. But there is an interesting development between the top 3. The gap was 1.2 seconds last time around for the lead of the race. It's now 0.848. And then you look at how quickly Fabian Bock has closed on the 2 in front. He's over half a second quicker than the leader and over 1/10 and a half quicker than the driver in second position. So this could fast be an opportunity for Fabian Bock from Voigt Motorsport to close up, not just on Luca Thiel, but also on Luca Costa. So we've now got 6 minutes and 41 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Köster still leading. Thiel in second position. Fabian Bock getting closer and closer and can sense the opportunity to go for second position. Let's see how they come out of the final corner. So Fabian Bock getting a really good turn of pace and is in striking distance and nearly tries to go for a late brake maneuver up the inside of Luca Thiel into turn 2, but decides better of it. Now the infield straightaway down towards turn 5. So Fabian Bock, definitely the danger man here. As the gap extended between Köster and Thiel up to 1.25 seconds, but then Fabian Bock was less than a tenth and a half adrift. As the 325 of Yannick Herrmann comes under fire from Finn Stiak and the 338 going down towards turn number 5. And just keeping my eyes on the top 3 at the moment as Köster, Thiel and now Fabian Bock could be very, very soon joined by, with the way things are going at the moment, Tim Micromax, who's currently in 4th position in the 303. Leaders coming through to complete lap number 8. And it's 6 tenths exactly between Köster and Thiel, Luca Thiel, and then Fabian Bock was 0.162 seconds adrift. But then I look at the gap between Fabian Bock and Tim Micromax. It was over 2.2 seconds. It's now just under 1.6. And in the process, Tim Micromax has just absolutely flown in with the fastest lap of the race of anybody, a 1 minute 3.730. Comparing the lap times, a 1 minute 4.384 for Fabian Bock, a 1 minute 4.356 for Luca Thiel, and Luca Köster was the slowest of anybody on a 1 minute 5.006. As now the 3 leaders are very much being nigh on line astern, as a few other battles down the order, the 306 of Juri Tenhaf and Norton Griffith-Falke now having the opportunity, but the top 3 nigh on line astern. They come across the start-finish line, and this time Fabian Bock really sizing up an opportunity and sends it up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 2. Manages to make the move stick, runs the JJ Racing driver slightly wide, but had enough racing room to do it, and that has allowed Tim Micromax to close in the meantime. And then there's another great battle just off of behind Julia Ponkratz, who's now 9th at the moment. Juri Tenhaf having a great battle too. And then they've got the 329 of Bastien Barlage ahead of Juri Tenhaf, who's also got Yannick Herrmann up the back bumper. So 3 minutes and 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. It's not exactly easy when these drivers are trying to keep composed, as now Tim Micromax has got past Luca Thiel. Luca Thiel now is down the order, but now the lead could change. I think it has changed. That could be. Is that Fabian Bock that's now leading? Let's have a look. They come across the line. It is Fabian Bock. Bock has got the lead off of Luca Köster. And now it was 76 thousandths of a second last time around as they cross the stripe to go and complete lap number 10. This is not over yet, but the biggest loser in all of this, unfortunately, is Luca Thiel, who started on the front row on pole position and now is out of the contention for any position in the top 3. And we still have 2 minutes, 34 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. So we do have another retiree. Lukas Vervagenak has unfortunately retired on lap number 5. Max Busch rounds out the 17 that are still circulating in the Kraft Motorsport 313, a lap off of the leaders. As now the 318 of Fabian Bock has got a real big lead, because Tim Micromax is now past Luca Köster for second position. And they were 54 thousandths of a second apart coming across the start-finish line. Now on to lap number 12. These drivers really keeping it very, very close, quarter battle, but it has been rather fair, but it's been hard fought. They've been giving each other racing room in order to let them, facilitate good, clean, hard, fair racing. As now I've just seen, Lasse Heinhardt in 12th position, just behind Norton Griffith Falke in the 304. And they're still battling away, heading down into turn number 5. So we've got just over 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go. 306 of Yuri Tenhaf now down in 15th position has crossed the stripe, ahead of Vivian Michel Heit in the 328. So Fabian Bock now has a colossal 1.154 second lead over Tim Micromax. So it is a Voik Motorsport 1-2 at the moment. Luca Costa from Kraft Motorsport rounds out the top 3. We're now on to lap number 13 of this race. Time fast ticking away. So depending on how quickly Fabian Bock completes the lap, we've got just 25 seconds remaining until the timer expires and hits 0. But that gap does not look to be extending, because I see Tim Micromax closer to Fabian Bock than, and it is quite clearly closer than 1.154 seconds. Hang on a second, let's have a look here. Last lap board is out, and oh my goodness, Tim Micromax is going to go for it. He's got one more lap to try and see if he can get past Fabian Bock for the race victory. But don't count out Luca Costa. They've got a back marker just up ahead, and that is the 328 of Vivian Michel Heit, who will have to get out of the way very, very quickly, and does so. Great work there by the 328 with the spatial awareness. But the top 3 are going to go for it, as Tim Micromax needs to hold on for just a few more corners. But it depends on how much both Fabian Bock and Luca Costa want it to get that victory. Dry line starting to re-emerge here at the circuit, as there's a 4-cart train being led for 10th position by Norton Griffith Falke. Leaders now coming towards the penultimate right-hand corner on the circuit. And Tim Micromax, who started 4th. Oh my goodness, Bock went for the move up the inside on the penultimate corner, and oh my goodness me, look at Costa, can't have stolen it up the flag. Oh, clashes with the wall, but still keeps the foot planted in. Oh my goodness me, look at Costa with a fantastic win. The top 2 went battling away through into the penultimate corner. Bock sent it, Micromax went, oh my goodness, I can't believe he's done that. And Luca Costa is basically like the cat that got the cream, despite coming out of the final corner, glancing the wall with both left tyres, and kept the throttle stuck in and took the victory. That is what you call a dynamic, dramatic finale to a race. So Luca Costa wins by 0.204 seconds ahead of Tim Micromax. Fabian Bock in 3rd, Luca Thiel in 4th. Danny Berndt, Linus Hansen rounding out the top 6. Philipp Hamfrecht, Julia Ponkratz, Jan Heinen and Finn Stiak completing the top 10 positions. Norton Griffith Falke in 11th, Bastian Balaj in 12th ahead of Lasse Heinhardt, Yannick Herrmann, Jori Tenhef, Vivian Michel Heit, Max Busch being the last of the 17 classified finishers. But wow, Luca Costa with one of the most dramatic ways to win a race I've ever seen. So the DD2 contingent makes its way out through the pre-grid for their second of 3 races here at Mulsen for the continuation of the opening round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Mulsen. Your grid is as follows. Starting from pole position, the number 433 of Florian Breitenbach will have the 431 of Niklas Krenz alongside. Ronny Göttler in the 499 will have Max Fleischmann in the 407 alongside. And then we see the 413 of Marcel Steinert and Jana Stier in the 444 on row 3. Hannes Border in the 468 and Jonas Wolscheid in the 420 round out the top 4 rows. And completing the top 10, it is Oliver Breitenbach and Yannick Jacobs in the 422 and the 411 respectively as we go onto the formation lap. Rounding out the 15 strong will be Dennis Thiem in the 404, Maximilian Dombos in the 414, Tim Stender in the 409, Francisco Blum in the 425, and Mark Bartels in the 488. Will start from 15th on the grid after a disappointing retirement in the first race. 14 minutes will be set on the timer for their penultimate race of the first day of competition. So the red light's ignited on the starting gantry. Some great battling from the DD2s earlier on in their first race. I'm expecting more of the same this time around as they now head towards the penultimate couple of corners. So Florian Breitenbach and Niklas Krenz will then have to keep the pace. The drivers now make their way through the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights go out. They are off and away as Breitenbach keeps Niklas Krenz at bay heading into turn 2 for the first time. The whole field makes its way through. As now there has been a quick change, and that was Niklas Krenz as Max Fleischmann now trying to go for the lead up into turn 5. But Niklas Krenz manages to shoot past the 407 from FM Racing. And there has been a couple of changes because up into 4th and 5th respectively have gone Marcel Steinert and Jana Stier. Florian Breitenbach now down into 3rd position as it's nearly 2 abreast going through the penultimate chicane on the circuit. So Niklas Krenz hits the front of the field and is going to try and start pulling away from Max Fleischmann. And Jana Stier has had a bit of a drama there. The 444 from Nies Racing, definitely not, that car doesn't seem to be having the greatest run of the performance at the moment. Stier dropped off the back of Steiner quite quickly. But let's see. Looks like Jana Stier is just trying to hang on at the moment. Loses out of position to the 468 of Hannes Border as Jana Stier keeps the inside line, trying to keep Oliver Breitenbach, teammate at Nies Racing. Or hasn't, no. It looks like Stier's got problems. But at the front of the field, Max Fleischmann has just been reeled in by Florian Breitenbach, who has Marcel Steinert breathing up the inside as the RS competition driver in the 413 tries to make good intentions there to try and get past, as I think Jana Stier is just going to have to try and hold on as much as possible, but the kart does not seem to be one with the driver. So I did see that Stier was looking down at the right-hand side of the kart as Steinert has got past Breitenbach up into 3rd place. But Niklas Krenz in the 431 running away with it at the moment as Florian Breitenbach goes up the inside of Marcel Steinert and tries to get past. And we've got the 409 of Tim Stender has been given a 5-second time penalty, possibly for all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. But Niklas Krenz has got a lead of 1.747 seconds ahead of Max Fleischmann. And now Marcel Steinert from RS Competition rounds out the top 3. Hannes Borders closed up on the back bumper of Florian Breitenbach in the battle for P4. And Oliver Breitenbach is just ahead of Jonas Wolscheid in 6th position. Janis Stier has actually dropped outside of the top 10, unfortunately, and is now circulating in around about 12th position. And Janis Stier not... I think Janis Stier is just trying to hold on, but in the meantime, the battle between Hannes Border and Florian Breitenbach has reached a fever pitch, because Border went around the inside coming through the final corner. Breitenbach tried to respond through turn 2, but couldn't get the move done. As Stier is now, I think, going to find that Francisco Blum has just got past. That is the case. So Janis Stier, who is looking pretty good, was up in as high as 5th position, now having a drama, possibly of a technical nature. But at the moment, the powder keg is about to be lit, and the grenade is about to be thrown in the general direction of Max Fleischmann, courtesy of Marcel Steinert. And just behind them, they've got, as Hannes Border, I think, is just really trying to get past the other Breitenbach, and it looks like they've been swapping positions. And that is Florian Breitenbach as Jonas Wolscheid trying to go up the inside of Oliver Breitenbach. So the Parallel Deutschland driver trying to get past the 433, nearly had the move done, as we've got a breakdown on the circuit, and that is unfortunately the 499 has just started stopping on the track. That's Ronnie Gertler. Gertler in dramas. Oh my goodness me, trying to get the car started, and one driver had to slingshot past around the outside of Ronnie Gertler. That could have been incredibly... Now, there is a technical drama, but the thing is that where Ronnie Gertler was, that was incredibly dangerous. And now Gertler's got back up to speed. Mechanical black flag has now been signalled to Max Fleischmann. His race is over. And it's the back bumper that's dragging on the right rear. So, more dramas up and down the order. Stier in technical dramas. Gertler having a mechanical problem down the main straightaway in the centre part of the circuit. And now Max Fleischmann having a rear bumper that's hanging off on the right rear. And he's got to be pulled into the pits. And that is his day done. Reference this particular race, but he'll have another race later on, as DD2 will be into battle for the final time at 17:40 local time. 8 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap. Running order will be as follows. Once Max Fleischmann, who has 3 laps to pit the 407, and looks to have done so, he's coming to the pits, and I'm sure he won't be happy. So Krenz leads from Steinert, Breitenbach, Border. Oliver Breitenbach rounds out the top 5. Jonas Wolscheid from Parallel Deutschland in 6th position. Yannick Jacobs, Maximilian Donbos. Mark Bartels is up from 15th. As someone's just gone out of the circuit, out onto the circuit, and that is Max Fleischmann. That was a quick repair turnaround. Janis Stier, unfortunately, has retired. Ronnie Gertler has not decided to continue this race. Max Fleischmann now rejoins down in the last of the positions. As now I've seen Francisco Blum now rounding out the top 10 or top 11 positions. So Dennis Thiem might be up ahead, as the 414 of Maximilian Donbos now really starting to move up the order. But then Hannes Border and Florian Breitenbach now battling for 3rd place. And just behind them is Jonas Wolscheid, just behind Oliver Breitenbach. But closing in on them is Yannick Jacobs in the 411 from Kraft Motorsport. As the 409 of Tim Stender. And then the 407 of Max Fleischmann now cross the line. So Janis Stier out on lap 3. Ronnie Gertler out on lap 4. But with the fact that Niklas Krenz has got a healthy lead of 2.3 seconds, is now 2.6. as Yannick Jacobs. This track has evolved ever so quickly. Yannick Jacobs has just put in a 51.283 on that last lap alone. That's, well, the previous lap on lap number 7. And so at the moment, Keynes is keeping a healthy lead of around 664 seconds. And now Hannes Border trying to keep pace in the 468. The Kartsport Klim driver trying to battle away with Nies Racing's Florian Breidenbach as they go over to the far part of the circuit, into the chicane. A right and then a right and then a left, and then power out of the corner. Not too far behind, you've got Oliver Breidenbach and Jonas Wolscheid. They're battling away over what is 5th on the road. Keynes crosses the line first. Gap between him and Steinert is now 2.9 seconds as the battle for 3rd place really getting heated. As Border was right in the slipstream of Florian Breidenbach going into turns 2 and 3. And not too far behind, Oliver Breidenbach has now managed to put a bit of daylight between himself and Jonas Wolscheid. As Mark Bartels now gets past Maximilian Dombos for 8th position. A gain of 7 places over the course of the race's duration so far. Just under 5.5 minutes. As Max Fleischmann now passes Tim Stender for position. Up into 12th goes the 407 from FM Racing. Now on to lap number 10 goes Niklas Keynes. The gap between him and Marcel Steiner from Morris Competition now extends to just over 3 seconds. Florian Breitenbach has now got a bit of a gap between himself and Hannes Border to the tune of just over 0.3 of a second. But Jonas Wolscheid in the 420 not giving up on trying to chase down the 422 of Oliver Breitenbach. So Wolscheid still doing level best to try and keep on terms with the Nies Racing driver, and comes out of the final, the double right into the final chicane. Wolscheid looking racy here, but then Yannick Jacobs is also closing. Keynes just doing what he needs to do, just putting in the laps. A 51.460. Steiner crosses the line, a 51.899. And now Jakob. I'm just looking, Yannick Jacobs is just over 3/10 away from the back bumper of Jonas Wolscheid. So Jacobs has been putting in the hot laps and is actually the fastest out of anybody on the circuit, a 50.990. This track has evolved so quickly over the last 10 minutes. The dry nature of the track has come back to the drivers, and we are at full racing speed. So still 13 drivers circulating as Tim Stender crosses the line in 13th position. And now it's getting really interesting between 5th, 6th and 7th. As Jonas Wolscheid was looking up the inside of Oliver Breidenbach, going into turns 2 and 3. Into the left kink at 4. Oh, they're nearly rubbing panels there. But Jonas Wolscheid up the inside of Oliver Breidenbach, who counterattacks ever so quickly and manages to slingshot past the Powerhelden Deutschland driver very quickly. Great move there by Jonas Wolscheid, but Oliver Breidenbach had that pure pace and knew how the kart would hook up the minute he'd hit the throttle and come out of the corner. And Keynes still pushing on. Now on to lap number 14 of the race and puts in a 51.315. Florian Breitenbach trying to close in on Marcel Steinert, as now Yannick Jacobs senses an opportunity that maybe he can get past Jonas Wolscheid from Parallel Germany. And then maybe even Oliver Breitenbach just up ahead. But time is starting to run out. 2 minutes and 13. Plus 1 lap. Niklas Keynes has nearly a 4.4 second advantage in the pocket at the moment, as Oliver Breidenbach, Jonas Wolscheid and Yannick Jacobs still battling away for the final position in the top 5. But Marcel Steinert Better watch it, because look on the back bumper. There is Florian Breitenbach, wanting back that second place position and going side by side through the right-hand kink. He gets it. That was a brilliant move. Absolute bravado at its very best from Florian Breitenbach. Just sent it up the inside and then actually managed to nip ahead across the timing beam. And it was by 5/1000ths of a second that he was ahead of Marcel Steiner before he got the run going into turn 1 and then into 2. That was a great move, as Wolscheid trying to force the issue here with Oliver Breitenbach for 5th position as we're fast approaching the final 60 seconds of the race. But Wolscheid needs to, has 2 things to think about here. When to attack against Oliver Breitenbach and when to defend against Yannick Jacobs. And, Wolscheid going for it, and he's... they touch sidewalls there going into turn 2. But nice work there by Jonas Wolscheid from Parolin, Germany, to get past Oliver Breitenbach. And here comes Yannick Jacobs, as Oliver Breitenbach trying to go back up the inside of Jonas Wolscheid. Nearly gets the move done, but then nearly could have had a little bit of a collision there with the 420 from Parolin, Germany. But then Yannick Jacobs now sees, well, if Jonas Wolscheid can go past, maybe I can as well. And he's been sitting there biding his time, waiting for that opportunity. So Niklas Krenz will now go on to the penultimate lap of the race very shortly, with 6 seconds on the clock until the timer expires. 14 minutes are up. Niklas Krenz has nearly 4.5 seconds advantage, as Yannick Jacobs now will have this plus an additional lap to get past Oliver Breitenbach for what is 6th position after a great move by Jonas Wolscheid just a lap ago. So the 4:09 of Tim Stender allows Niklas Krenz to get past. Stender now not on the same lap as the leaders. So Krenz leads from Florian Breitenbach, Marcel Steinert, Hannes Border, Jonas Wolscheid. As now, Marcel Steinert will have to watch it, because I think I sense Hannes Border is not too far behind. So Steinert really quick in the initial phase of the race, but has started fading. Possibly the tyres might be dropping off a little bit there, as the 468 of Hannes Border goes round the outside of the kink through into turn 1. Gets the move done. I think as Yannick Jacobs going around the outside of Oliver Breitenbach through turn number 3 and nearly got the move done. Talk about leaving it until the last moment and spring a surprise on your opponent. But great move there by Hannes Border to get past Marcel Steinert to take 3rd place. So we are on the final lap. Niklas Krenz has quite literally been unstoppable. It's now the 4:31 from 42 competition. Now powers out of the penultimate corner, through into the right-hand sweeper, across the start-finish line. The checkered flag waves once again for Niklas Krenz from 42 competition. Florian Breitenbach will have to settle for 2nd. And Hannes Border very happy with 3rd place ahead of Marcel Steinert. Jonas Wolscheid from Parolin, Germany rounds out the top 5 ahead of Oliver Breitenbach. Yannick Jacobs taking 7th. Mark Bartels will take 8th at the flag, having started dead last. Don Boss in the 414 will finish in 9th. Looks like we've now got Dennis Thiem coming across the line. In 10th position, Tim Stender already classified a lap down in 13th position as we wait for Max Fleischmann and then Franziska Blum in the 425 to cross the line. But Niklas Krenz, undefeatable in this race, winning by a comfortable 4.218 seconds. dieser Meldung könnten den folgenden Fahrer 499, 499. So we have 6 more races to go over the course of the day, and we now head to DD2 Masters, their second and final race of the first day of action. Let's have a look at the grid. So on pole position will be Marco Winkler in the 566. Dennis Thum in the 544 will line up alongside on the front row. Daniel Schollenberger in the 522 will have Timo Haug alongside on row 2. Stefan Kabau and Andreas Frenzel line up on row 3 ahead of Konrad Bayer and Klaus Parnet. Daniel Schulz, Tanju Yildiz and Falco Birkholz will round out the 11 strong. Rennnummer 103, Rennnummer 103, bitte sofort melden Sie sich zum Sportkommissar. Rennnummer 103, sofort zum Sportkommissar. Vielen Dank. So, now I'm just going to have a... Looks like Daniel Yildiz will again be starting from the pre-grid for the second race in a row. But the drivers come around through into the tram lines. Revs rise. The lights do go out as the sunshine hits here at Mulsen. As we now head into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. As it is definitely every driver out there for themselves. Through into the first infield part of the circuit. Dennis Thum looks to be leading the way in the 544. So the drivers now trying to filter their way through. Looks like Daniel Schollenberger, I think, might have just jumped up into second position. No, actually he's in third place at the moment as Dennis Thum appears to be leading the way, so I think it's Marco Winkler that might be in second or third place as the leaders now come around the final corner. Second and third line is third. That's our fourth and fifth. As Schollenberger goes side by side with Marco Winkler and gets the position through before turn 2. I think also Stefan Kabau definitely getting the elbows out and is staying ahead of Timo Haug at the minute. Haug to the outside through into turn 5, but in the meantime, Dennis Thum leading the way and had a gap of exactly 1.1 seconds ahead of both Marco Winkler and Daniel Schollenberger, who were line astern. They were side by side and both drivers were exactly 1.1 second. So at the moment, the drivers now making their way through to complete a lot of the lap. Lap 2 in the books. Dennis Thum in first. Daniel Schollenberger in second ahead of Marco Winkler, Stefan Kabau. Timo Haug rounding out the top 5. Frenzel being followed by Bayer, who is about 9/10 of a second adrift of the 503. Klaus Parnet, Falco Birkholz, Daniel Schulz, and also Tanju Yildiz. All 11 drivers still circulating in this particular moment in time. And at the moment, the leader is currently setting the pace in terms of the lap times. A 51.433 last time around on lap number 2. So the gaps look to be slightly extending here as Dennis Thum again sets the fastest lap of the race, a 51.249. Over a tenth and a half quicker than Daniel Schollenberger. So at the moment, the gap being held between first and second position is in the hands of Dennis Thum in the 5.44. Schollenberger rounds out the top two as leaders come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 4. Marco Winkler looking to close on Daniel Schollenberger, but in turn is being closed in on by Timo Haug in the 5.07. Stefan Grabo a further 2.519 seconds adrift down in P5. Andreas Frenzel is about half a second off of the 555 from Kraft Motorsport, whereas Konrad Bayer is nearly a second off of 6th position in the minutes and is running in the 52.2s, having gone just over a tenth and a half quicker than Andreas Frenzel in the 5.03 on that last particular lap. But Timo Haug is the one that's making moves towards trying to get past the opposition. A 51.161 for the 5.07 from FM Racing. And now is closing on Winkler, looking to get up the inside, going side by side, but Winkler knows that Timo Haug was there, and Haug goes up the inside through turns 2 and 3. Round the outside, keeps the foot stuck in. But then Haug again managing to keep past Marco Winkler, and on that particular occasion now has the opportunity to try and see if he can get up to Daniel Schollenberger, because Schollenberger last time around in front of Marco Winkler was over 8.5 tenths of a second up the road. 9 minutes to go plus an additional lap. The second and final race here on Saturday, day 1 of the season. And here comes Dennis Thum across the line, 51.185. Schollenberger a 51.312. Timo Haug a 51.5. Winkler a 51.9. So Timo Haug was over 4 tenths of a second quicker than Marco Winkler on that particular occasion. But irrespective of the pace that Timo Haug is showing right now, what is clearly happening is he can't break the sort of stalemate, if you will, of being in the same position and not being able to move forward and actually try and catch up to the drivers in front. So just over 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The gap between Dennis Thum and also Daniel Schollenberger now was 1.725 seconds. Thum crosses the line. Now does Schollenberger. 1.648 seconds as Timo Haug goes to just 1/1000th under the 51 second barrier. 50.999. Marco Winkler did actually set a personal best lap time of a 51.271, but is now just over 6 tenths of a second behind the 5.07. It's getting closer between Stefan Grabo, Andreas Frenzel and Konrad Bayer, as those three are covered by just over 1.3 seconds, but Bayer is the closest to Frenzel by 0.581 of a second. Stefan Grabo is 7.5 tenths ahead, as now Thum crosses the line. Tanu Yildiz will have to get out of the way very quickly when the blue flags are shown. But now Daniel Schollenberger responds, and now in the process takes the fastest lap. And there is Konrad Bayer looking to close up on Andreas Frenzel for what is 6th position. Bayer had a really good qualifying session earlier on this morning and put it on the front row of the grid. But obviously when it's wet it's one thing, when it's dry it's something completely different. The track is evolving minute by minute, lap by lap, as the drivers put the rubber down on the tarmac. So 6.5 minutes still to go. It's now the gap between Grabo, Frenzel and Bayer is just under 1.3 seconds. Klaus Parnet rounds out the top 8 as Daniel Yildiz, for the second race in succession, will not complete the full race distance. Well, he is, because it showed a blue light on the timing screen, but then he came across the start-finish line. My apologies there. But Yildiz will be shown the blue flag once again. Andreas Frenzel now sets a personal best. Konrad Beyer is about 4/10 off of what he needs to close up. But Frenzel did a 51.815, Konrad Beyer a 52.210. Improvements on pure race pace from Falco Bergholz and Daniel Schultz, respectively, setting a 52.558 lap time and then a 53.391 for the latter. Dennis Thum now only has a second advantage over Daniel Schollenberger as Thun crosses the line. Schollenberger just under a second adrift by about 5/1000ths of a second. Timo Haug in third, a further 1.9 seconds adrift ahead of Marco Winkler. Stefan Krabal is now being closed in on by Andreas Frenzel. Frenzel just put in a 52.389 on that last lap. Krabal did a 52.268, so was marginally faster. Konrad Beyer's running in the mid 52.5s. As now Frenzel really senses that there is a chance. There's 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap of this race still to go. And I've just seen that Timo Haug is being, well, I wouldn't say reeled in, but it's being starting to get caught a little bit as Haug is trying to power up his way towards Daniel Schollenberger in second position. The biggest criteria here is that when you are 2 seconds adrift, and now that's 2.8 seconds, 2 seconds adrift, you've got to be lapping faster than the person in front. Now Daniel Schollenberger has put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 11 of 50.929. All 11 drivers still circulating. But it has been clean sailing so far for Dennis Thum at the minute, as the gap still is just over 1 second, just under 1.1 seconds as the sun returns and the temperature starts to increase in the air. We were hitting as low as 18 degrees Celsius this morning, maybe even slightly colder when we had a secondary rain shower. But it's looking to go into the low 20s at the moment, around about 22, 23 degrees Celsius. So Timo Haug now improves in the in terms of race pace as the two leaders have now crossed the line. Then comes Timo Haug, and he's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds between himself and Daniel Schollenberger. So Schollenberger now is 0.87 seconds adrift of Dennis Thum, who continues to lead. We're now on to lap number 14 of the race. The 5.02 of Klaus Parnet, 6.2 seconds behind Konrad Beyer, who is dropping time to Andreas Frenzel in the 5.03. And Frenzel still trying to keep on terms in pace with Stefan Krabal, but the latter was over 0.4 of a second quicker on the last lap. Just over 2 minutes remaining plus 1 lap to go. Leader crosses the line once again. On to lap number 15. And Thum now puts in a best lap of a 51.093, a personal best in the race, with the two drivers behind, Daniel Schollenberger and Timo Haug, the only two drivers to get sub 51 second lap times around here at Mulsanne. Marco Winkler now is over a second adrift of Timo Haug in fourth place. Stefan Krabal has dropped to around about 10.3 seconds off of fourth position, but Frenzel in the meantime was over 1/10 of a second quicker, 0.124 on that last lap. when they completed lap number 14. So 1 minute and 13 plus an additional lap still to go. So the consistent running for Thum and Schellenberger has helped them to keep a lead. But Timo Haug just goes in and sets the fastest lap of this race, a 50.831. Andreas Frenzel also now has a personal best on that particular lap, a 51.781. Konrad Bayer still in 7th, Klaus Barnett still in 8th. Ahead of Birkholz in 9th. Schultz and Yildiz ran out the 11 strong as we go into the last 30 seconds. So Dennis Thum allowed past in the most gentlemanly way possible by Daniel Yildiz, as Daniel Schellenberger also gets past. Now Timo Haug also gets through. So the top 4 drivers will be literally, well, Marco Winkler will be able to see now the 3 up ahead. So it's 3.842 seconds between the top 4 positions. Schellenberger around about 7/10 off of leader Dennis Thum in the 5:44. Timo Haug a further nigh on 1.4 seconds adrift. Final lap board of the DD2 Masters racing action for the day. We will see them tomorrow as the leader, Dennis Thum, in the 5:44 sets a personal best of the race itself on the penultimate lap of 51.043. Daniel Schellenberger completes, well, still stays in 2nd position, setting a lap time of a 51.135. Timo Haug in 3rd place ahead of Marco Winkler, Stefan Grabau, Andreas Frenzel, Konrad Bayer, Klaus Barnett, Falco Birkholz, Daniel Schultz and Daniel Yildiz still circulating as the final lap is about to conclude momentarily. As through the final corner from Kartsport Klim, it is Dennis Thum in the 5:44 that wins the 2nd race for DD2 Masters on the opening day of the season, finishing 0.694 seconds ahead of Daniel Schellenberger from Schellenberger Racing. Timo Haug from FM Racing rounds out the top 3 positions in the 5:07, 1.6 seconds off of a 2nd place finish. Marco Winkler in 4th, a further 2.28 seconds adrift, with Stefan Grabau in the 555 rounding out the top 5 places. Andreas Frenzel and Konrad Bayer combined would be just over 1.4 seconds behind. So Frenzel 0.862 behind Grabau in 6th, and Konrad Bayer a further 5.5 tenths adrift in 7th place. Klaus Barnett from Nies Racing in the 5:02 would round out the top 8 positions, ahead of Falco Birkholz, Daniel Schultz running out the top 10, and last but by no means least, Daniel Yildiz in the 5:72. So our third and final race for Micromax here on the opening day of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Arena E in Mülsen. Your grid is as follows. Alexander Klugel in the number 80 will start from pole position. Alongside will be the number 12 of Niklas Casarino from Nies Racing. Maximilian Pirlich and Maxime Becker make it a C4 Racing a double bill on row number 2 in the numbers 11 and 55. Noah Janssen running on the Sodi Kart chassis in the 31 will have Gabriel Hoffmann, also from Nies Racing in the 95 alongside. Rounding out the 11 strong will be Leopold Jour from Kraft Motorsport in the 13. Boiler Kart Racing Teams Ole Glan in the 18. Nies Racing will have the number 50 of Matthias Schulte in 10th place. And rounding out the 12 strong will be Tom Reger in the 88 and Nies Racing's Kenyon Washington in the number 14. So 9 minutes set on the timer, ready to go out as soon as we hear or we see the red lights on the starting gantry be extinguished by our race director. So the drivers now get themselves ready to go racing one final time here on Saturday. And they will start the racing at 11:20 tomorrow morning, local time here in Saxony, as they now come through towards the final right-hand corner here at the 1,315-meter circuit at Arena E in Mülsen. They go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights to go out. We are off and away. As they flood their way down in towards turns 1 and 2 for the first time as Niklas Casarino around the outside. As it looks like I think Alexander Klugel might have lost the lead in the initial phase. And it is the number 11 of Maximilian Pirlich that manages to get past it as they are absolutely flying their way down in towards turn number 5. Everyone making it through nice and cleanly at the minute. So now Pirlich leads, Klugel second, and then it is the number 95, I believe there, of Gabriel Hoffmann that has made it up into third place. So Pirlich leads, and you can just see that there are multiple drivers moving their way forward up the order. I think Kenyon Washington's had a pretty good start as well, by my reckoning, as they come round in towards the final corner. Maximilian Pirlich will lead the way as Casarino now trying to go nearly side by side with Klugel. Hoffmann trying to go with Klugel, as Kenyon Washington has made his way up into 9th position from 12th place. Niklas Casarino currently sitting in 5th position as the drivers really trying to make their best moves up the order. But Pirlich leads, Klugel second, Hoffmann, Janssen and Casarino. That is the top 5. Ole Glan, who had problems in the second race, now up into 6th position, having got past Maxime Becker. So Tom Reger in 8th position, Kenyon Washington in 9th, Matthias Schulte up into 10th with Christos Malakos and Leopold Jour rounding out the 12 strong, as now Hoffmann trying to close on Alexander Klugel. As Casarino trying to go on the offensive, as now Alexander Klugel trying to go towards the outside to get the cut back through on Maximilian Pirlich. Gets a better run coming out of turn number 3. Into the slight left-hand corner into 4 and then into 5 here. As it's nearly five karts line astern here in the final Micromax race of the day. And now Niklas Casarino sees that there are 4 karts ahead, and Casarino will want to do one thing and one thing alone. Get past every single one of them and then win the race. But that is easier said than done. Tom Reja now up into 6th position ahead of Maxime Becker. Kenyon Washington also on the move. The number 14 now up into 8th place as Matthias Schulte. It looks like there's been dramas again, unfortunately, for Oleg Lan, who had a 1 minute .9 638 lap time, as now Pilch, head bobbing up and down behind the steering wheel. Or he's just trying to motivate himself, as you have that Klugel trying to keep Hoffman at bay. Hoffman trying to go towards the inside of the number 80 as they go into the main part of the infield circuit. So it's got a good combination of technicality, but also a lot of straight line speed. So Casarino still trying to get past Noah Janssen, but the number 12 not having the best of luck at the minute. Top 3 starting to break away. But then you look just behind that Janssen trying to be closed in on by Niklas Casarino, as Casarino looks towards the inside but decides not to try and get past, but he gets a good run coming out of the final corners as Niklas Casarino in 5th place. Pilch still leads, but is being chased down by Klugel and by Hoffman, as Niklas Casarino could get 4th place before turn 2. Looks like that job has been done. Or has it? By a mere fraction, as Janssen now just behind the number 12, who came across the line, finished first in the 2nd Micromax race, but was given a post-race time penalty, 5 seconds, thereby dropping the number 12 down to 2nd on the road, behind the then winner, Alexander Klugel. So Oleg Lan has now got past Leopold Jouch for 11th position. But then things are closing up at the front of the field. Maximilian Pilch still leads. Alexander Klugel still 2nd. Gabriel Hoffmann in 3rd place. Niklas Casarino has just put in the fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute .342. Over a 10th and a half quicker than the driver in front. And then also nearly 2.5, well, considerable amount. It was 1.8 tenths that Casarino was behind Hoffman. Was in front of Hoffman in terms of pure pace, as now Hoffman up the inside of Klugel to take 2nd place, with Casarino now looking to try and get past as time is fast running out. Casarino at the moment looking to try and get past Alexander Klugel for 3rd place. In the meantime, Buehler-Kart Racing Team's Oleg Lan and the Sodi chassis in the number 18 has now got past Christos Malakos in the 27 for 10th place. Now Klugel senses the chance and maybe might want to go for 2nd, but then has to watch out as here comes Niklas Casarino. But Klugel goes for the move. Casarino tries to go through on his teammate through the very same complex of corners, and the pair were nearly side by side coming through towards turn 5. As now Hoffman trying to go up the inside again on Klugel, but Klugel shuts the door quickly. But then Hoffman comes out of the corner and flies past Alexander Klugel to retake 2nd position. Niklas Casarino just waiting for the opportune moment to get past. But Pilch currently leading by about 8.5 tenths of a second. And when Hoffman and Klugel came across the line last time, as Hoffman again, now was that Casarino? Casarino, I think, has gotten past. Here comes Noah Janssen up the inside of Alexander Klugel through the final corner. So we have 1 minute and 49 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. Alexander Klugel is now down in 4th place. Oh, there's been contact. Oh, Alexander Klugel goes skywards off of the curbs, trying to avoid Noah Janssen and Niklas Casarino, who came into contact. So Alexander Klugel went literally skywards, all 4 wheels off the ground, trying to get out of the way of what was happening in front. So Maximilian Pilch looks to have Gabriel Hoffmann closing down, as now Nicolas Casarino will lead the train of 6 carts, including himself, for around the next 60 seconds plus an additional lap. And at the back end of that, I think that's Kenyon Washington. So Washington looking to close on Maxime Becker for 7th place. So Pilch, Hoffmann, Tom Reger has set the fastest lap of the race out of anybody, a 1 minute .123. Hoffmann just sets a personal best of a 1 minute .456. Casarino 1 minute 3.471. As now it is still very much all for themselves, and at the minute now Alexander Klugel has got past Nicolas Casarino for 3rd place, as Casarino now trying to go up the inside. Here comes Noah Janssen. This is getting really, really racy at the end of it all. Maxime Becker, I think, has just got past Tom Reger. So 12 on the clock remaining. We will then go on to the final lap of the race day for the Micromax contingent here at Mulsanne. So last lap board it is. Maximilian Pilch and Gabriel Hoffmann now line astern. Hoffmann senses the opportunity, nearly goes up the inside, as it is a 3-way scrap between Casarino, Klugel and Janssen again. But Gabriel Hoffmann trying to go one way, then the other, and can't get past Maximilian Pilch, who has been leading from the moment we went lights out 9 minutes ago. Alexander Klugel leads the train behind, which is rounded off by Kenyon Washington. But then Casarino trying to go up the inside of the number 80 into the chicane. Makes the move stick. Noah Janssen, Maxime Becker and Tom Reger very, very much in the thick of things with this, and as is Kenyon Washington. And it's been a dismal racing day for the number 14, having 2 successive DNFs. But Gabriel Hoffmann has to try and get past now. The 2 leaders come out of the final corner. Hoffmann out of the toe. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? It is Maximilian Pilch by just a fraction. 34 thousandths of a second, the winning margin. Nicolas Casarino takes 3rd place ahead of Alexander Klugel. Noah Janssen takes 5th ahead of Tom Reger. Maxime Becker takes 7th ahead of Kenyon Washington, who records the first finish of the weekend. Matthias Schulte in 9th place ahead of Oli Glan, who rounds out the top 10, with Christos Malakos and Leopold Juch completing the 12 running, 12 strong that completed the race. But Maximilian Pilch, by just 34 thousandths, takes the win ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. So now we head to our 3rd and final Minimax race of the opening round of the season. And here is your grid. On the front row, starting from pole position, will be Hugo Gürtel in the Praga chassis running the 174. Moritz Volber in the 115 will be alongside Montego Masson from Nies Racing in the 111. We'll have Austin Lee from Catchme.de in the 107 alongside for row 2. Jonas Ungnada in the number 158 from Nies Racing. We'll have Karlsbad Klims Miko Mikov in the 102 alongside. Then also Karlsbad Klims Adrian Rohr in the 103. We'll have Tom Müller in the 122 alongside. David Schnell in the Catchme.de 112 entry. We'll have Maximilian Schreier in the 166 alongside on row 5, thereby completing the top 10. Leandro Fischer from RS Competition and David Chiruk from Schollenberger Racing, who both did not finish the previous race, will start on the 6th and final row of the grid. So 9 minutes set on the timer, plus an additional lap. So we're now on to the formation lap for the final time for Minimax. They will return to racing action tomorrow morning at 11:40 local time here in East Germany. So we'll be down to Güttel and Volber that will have to control the pace. Air temperature now has increased to 23 degrees Celsius. The sun now starting to beat down, and the track very, very much improved as to the hefty rain, torrential rain, and also the thunderstorm that we had this morning. A very different set of circumstances as we get towards the business end of the first day of racing this season after a 4-month wait, 4-month delay. Right, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are out, they're off and away. And a good start by Austin Lee. Oh my God, he's just gone right from 4th position up into 1st position before we'd even got to turn 2. Austin Lee absolutely nailed that start clinically. As the entire field makes its way down into the infield section. So Austin Lee jumps all the way up into 1st position, having got past Moritz Volber in the process. So all 12 drivers have made it through at the minute. As Austin Lee starts to get away, Hugo Güttel now, who started from pole position, down in 2nd position at the minute, and is leading a significant train of karts. Call that a total of a 6 karts train as they come around the final corner. Austin Lee will have a bit of a lead here. 1 second. Montego Masson now trying to go past Hugo Güttel and has got Jonas Ungnada trying to go through too. Ungnada taps the back bumper of Masson, and that allows Miko Mikov to try and go side by side into turn 5. And Miko Mikov trying to keep it planted around the outside. Can't keep it there, and that is going to allow We have 7 minutes of this race remaining, plus an additional lap. The battle still raging on between Montego Masson and Jonas Ungnada, who now are completing the top 3 as Hugo Güttel drops to 4th position in the process. Miko Mikov, David Schnell now up into 5th and 6th respectively. Tom Müller in 7th ahead of Leandro Fischer, who's having a much better day in the office now. Up into 8th place goes the 136 from RS Competition. 2nd and 3rd place still battling away, but the amounts of steering input I've just seen from Hugo Göttel trying to wrestle the kart back onto the racing line is compromising the Kartsport Klim driver, but then, the Praga driver, as Miko from Kartsport Klim is right on the back bumper, as Montego Masson right in the slipstream now of Jonas Ungrada from Nies Racing, who has got past, as up the inside, looks like there's been a change a little bit further down the order, as the 122 of Tom Müller is now up into 4th position, up past Hugo Göttel. So it must have been the case that the biggest driver to miss out on that was the 102 of well, I'm just looking at the further back. Miko Mikov loses another position. So I think Leandro Fischer definitely making some headway and is now up into, I think, is that 6th place? Is that 5th place? That's 5th place, I think. No, that is 6th. My apologies there. But Austin Lee has kept going and is just keeping the blinkers on. Goes down the start-finish straight to complete another lap. Lap number 4 in the books. 56.482 is Leandro Fischer. Last time round set the fastest lap of anybody. And has gone through and is, for the 2 laps in succession, Leandro Fischer has done exactly a 55.892. As there has been, oh, now we've had a moment. One of the drivers has got a nose cone up in the air. And that is the 112 of David Schnell. So David Schnell, I think that race, unfortunately, is trying, well, he's trying to hook down the front part of the Nassau. And that was literally, David Schnell could not see anything. So Austin Lee still leading the way, was over 1.8 seconds last time. As Masson and Unganada, these 2 are teammates at Nies Racing. Double waved yellows because of obviously the issue for David Schnell from Kartschmied.de. And now, as the car has been pulled off of the racing line, double waved yellows at turn 2 have been retracted. So back to full green flag conditions. But Leandro Fischer still making moves up the order, now up into 5th place, and could be going for 4th momentarily. Tom Müller in the 122, now having to watch as Leandro Fischer closes on a rate of knots. And then trying to go up the inside, looks to have made the move stick. That's a great move from Leandro Fischer on Tom Müller through the final corner. So nicely done there, but I don't think Tom Müller is done yet. David Schnell is now going to be a confirmed retirement pretty much. But Montego Masson and also Jonas Ungrada still battling away over 2nd and 3rd position respectively. But Leandro Fischer not able to get away from Tom Müller at the minute. So Müller will have the advantage of a potential slipstream as they come through, they dart their way right and left through that final chicane on the circuit. So we come to the last 2.5 minutes of the racing day for Minimax. Austin Lee, Jonas Ungnada and Montego Masson still battling away over 2nd position. But this is allowing Leandro Fischer, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race of anybody, a 55.172, as Masson tries closing up on Ungnada, going through into turn number 5. I've just seen that Hugo Göttel has got Miko Mikov for company in the 102. So the 174 really having to watch what happens behind. But then I'm just seeing that Leandro Fischer was just over 9.5 tenths adrift of the driver in front, Montego Masson. And Masson was 0.071 of a second adrift of 2nd place. But the pace that Leandro Fischer has got, This is basically wanting to provide an idea of what we're going to see tomorrow. As Fisher comes out of the slipstream of Marston, gets alongside, looks to go on the inside through the right-hand kink in turn 1 into turn 2. Fisher knows that he now can time that to a better opportunity coming through on the next lap. As Mikko Mikov now gets past Hugo Goethel for position. The battle for second not quite over and done with yet, but Austin Lee has got well over a 2-second lead as Leandro Fischer up the inside of Montego Masson into third place. That's a great move there from the RS competition driver through the penultimate chicane on the circuit. Just absolutely measured it perfectly and now has the chance to get past Jonas Ungnada. So we now will have lap number 9 completed, and we'll go now onto the penultimate lap of the race. 33 seconds on the clock, as now Leandro Fischer looking at the back bumper of Thomas Ungnada and goes up the inside through turn 2, forces the Nice Racing driver wide, and as a result of that, Montego Masson jumps up into third place. That was a great move there by Fischer. Absolutely timed that perfectly. So the 122 of Tom Müller now could have a chance maybe at a top 4 place. So time has expired for Minimax for the day. And this time around, Austin Lee in the 107 will see the last lap board. Just over 1,315 metres to go. As now Montego Masson trying to close in on Leandro Fischer and goes about 2 or so tenths of a second quicker on that particular occasion. Tom Müller and Thomas Ungnada still battling away over what is 4th position on the road, as we have had a spinner. Now that, I think that was that Tom Müller that just span out going into the infield part of the circuit through turn 5. And that is a shame. Tom Müller. As now we come to the conclusion of the Minimax action here at Mulsen on day 1 of 2 for the first of 3 rounds of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. This time the checkered flag waves for Austin Lee in the 107. And a great job by Leandro Fischer, who takes both hands off the steering wheel whilst crossing the line to celebrate in style. Montego Masson takes P3 ahead of Jonas Ungnada, with Mikko Mikov rounding out the top 5. Hugo Goethel takes 6th ahead of Tom Müller. Moritz Wolber in 8th ahead of Adrian Hoare, with David Chihuk ending up in 11th behind Maximilian Schreier, who rounds out the top 10 with an unfortunate retirement from David Schnell. So we have 3 more races remaining of the day here at Mulzen. Next up, it's the 3rd and final race of the day for Junior Rotax. 11 minutes set on the timer, so let's have a look at the grid. So starting from pole position will be Valentin Klus in the 207. Alongside will be Magnus Pedersen in the 247. Row 3 sees the 210 of Morris Schmeis and the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen. Row 3, it's Raphael Renhofer in the 233 and Nikita Genza in the 226. Farin Mega will start 7th. Alongside will have the 236 of Nevio Fischer. Luis Jacobs in the 228 and Rafael Balza in the 217, rounding out the top 10 positions as they go onto the formation lap. Kian Agasade and Janis Stiak complete the top 12 positions. Looks like Din Jurich did not make it out of the pre-grid and is now in there at the moment and will go to the end of the pit lane and be released when the lights go out and we go racing. Leon Arndt in the 208, Corbin Hillebrands in the 241 and Richard Thomas in the 205 complete the 16-strong field. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. And it will be down to Klus and Valentin Klus and Magnus Pedersen to control the pace. So it is an all RS competition, front row. With the sunshine beaming down on the track here at Mulzen, the drivers now make their way through into the final corner. They'll split and go into the tram lines here at Mulzen for their 3rd and final race of the day. Revs rise, lights go out, we go off and away, and it's a great start by the front 2 as they head their way down into turn 2 for the first time. Let's see if they get through cleanly this time. Nice and steady, but already Morris Schmeis up into 2nd position, having got past Valentin Klus, who's now down to 3rd place. So they start filtering their way through. And the 247 of Magnus Pedersen now leads. Farin Mega has jumped all the way up to 4th position and is hounding on the back bumper of Valentin Klus for 3rd place. They head into the last chicane for the first time of asking on lap 1. Renhofer looks to be up into 5th position as the top 4 make that the top 7 or 8. Now negotiating their way through the penultimate corner. Through around the final right-hand sweeper comes Magnus Pedersen, who leads ahead of Morris Schmeis, who's challenging for the lead and trying to go up the inside and goes through. And at that same moment, Farin Mega manages to get past Valentin Klus at the very same corner. Top 4 line astern, but Raphael Renhofer now closing. As up the inside, the lead changes yet again. As Farin Mega now up into 2nd position. Morris Schmeis now down into 4th place. And it is the 247 of Magnus Pedersen that continues to lead proceedings. Raphael Renhofer now ahead of Mikkel Pedersen in the 252. Top 4 starting to break away, being led by the 247 of Magnus Pedersen. Farin Mega now looking to try and go for the lead. He'll have a good run coming out of the final corner. So around the corner they come. Pedersen leading. Mega now goes to the right-hand side and takes the inside line through the right-hand kink and slingshots past. Gets the move done before they even hit the entry into the double right at turns 2 and 3. And gets a good run coming out of the corner and gets a 3 to 4 card advantage using that pure speed and momentum. Valentin Klus now up into 3rd place, having started on pole position. Raphael Renhofer now battling away with Mikkel Pedersen, who goes up the inside of the 233. And at that particular moment, Kian Agasade has gone up the inside of Renhofer as well. So Renhofer now drops a couple of positions within 3 to 4 corners. And now has Luis Jacobs. Unfortunately, Din Jurich not making the start of the race. As now Agasade loses out of place, and that could be 2 very shortly, as Janis Stiak, I think, might be trying to go up the inside. As Renhofer goes defensive on Agasadeh and retakes the position, and up the inside goes Janis Diak. So Din Jurich not even making the start, so is a retirement on the last race of the day. But the top four now comprised of the following drivers. Farin Mega in the 245 leading. Magnus Pedersen in second. Valentin Klus in third. And Morris Schmeis in fourth place. A little bit further back, it's a very lonely Mikkel Pedersen in fifth place ahead of Raphael Renhofer. He looks to have, I think Kian Agasadeh has lost out one further position, maybe to Janis Diak. Nikita Genza not too far behind Agasadeh at the moment as the leaders again come across the line. Top four covered by just 0.7 of a second as Morris Schmeis goes up the inside of Valentin Klus to take third place back. As Janis Diak has now also gotten past Raphael Renhofer. As Farin Mega trying to battle away with Magnus Pedersen to hold on to the lead. So the 245 and the 247 now engage into battle. Morris Schmeis still being pressurised by Valentin Klus. So we still have 6 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. Farin Mega has a little bit more of a lead now. But Pedersen closes up in the slipstream, up towards turn 2. And side by side, a little bit further down the order, looks like Nikita Genza and Kian Agasadeh were side by side. And Genza gets through. But then it was Janis Diak and Raphael Renhofer that were also going side by side, so they are still battling away over what is sixth position. As Renhofer coming under fire from Janis Diak. Diak slots in behind the FM Racing driver, but the top four still pretty much nip and tuck as to find. Oh, drama for Magnus Pedersen, goes off the circuit, drops down out of second position. I think probably lost it coming out of the chicane. But luckily enough, that was a heck of a save there. Keeps the foot firmly stuck in. The back end bounces off the grass and loses a significant amount of time. That allows Farin Mega. Morris Schmeis now up into second position for JJ Racing. And RS Competitions Valentin Klus now round out the top three. So Janis Diak still trying to close up on Raphael Renhofer for fifth place, and not too far behind them is Nikita Genza in the 226. Kian Agasadeh in the 262. Corbin Hillebrands and Neville Fischer round out the top 10 positions. And Magnus Pedersen, that was a hefty off-track moment there and has dropped the Dane all the way down to 15th position. So now Farin Mega's trying to extend a gap here between first and second. It was just over half a second. It's now 0.664. Valentin Klus in third place and is getting quicker by the second. Nikita Genza has set the fastest lap out of anybody in seventh position of 52.343. 4.5 minutes to go. So Magnus Pedersen, I think that was quite a hefty whack going off circuit there just a couple of laps ago, meaning that the Dane has decided to pull it into the pit lane. So Mega leads from Schmeis. Klus in third place. Mikkel Pedersen. So the top three have a really, really big lead now over the rest of the field. Nikita Genza looks to try and close on Janis Diak, but only went 2/1000ths of a second quicker on that last lap. So Din Jurich didn't even make the start, and Magnus Pedersen on lap number 5 is out of the race after that hefty off-track excursion. As Richard Thomas and Rafael Balza both make it past Luis Jacobs in the 228. But Valentin Klus has just gone and put in a 52.606, but the fastest lap of the race has gone to Rafael Rennhofer in the 52.240. In the 233, currently running out the top 5 positions, and is just under a second adrift off of Mikkel Pedersen, who's up into P4. Drivers trying to get the head down, trying to make the karts as aerodynamic as feasibly possible as we head into the last 3 minutes. And the 217 of Rafael Balzer trying to battle away with Richard Thomas for 12th place. But Farin Mega still keeping a lead. It was around about 0.6 of a second last time around. As now Mikkel Pedersen gets past, I think. Rafael Rennhofer has got the move made and will now start to try and chase down the 3 in front. Janis Diak not, just off the back bumper of the 252 in 6th position, with Nikita Genza still running in 7th at the back of that train. Top 3 cross the line. Then it's from 4th to 7th position. Kian Agasade running at the top 8 as Nikita Genza looking up the inside on Janis Diak and thinks, I think that's the move done. Yep, that is the case. So the battle for the lead still wages on, as does the battle for 4th position. So between Fahin Mega, Morris Schmeis and Valentin Klus, the gap was 0.7 of a second. But Klus looks to be that little bit quicker through the ladder sector here at the track. So Morris Schmeis could be under fire very, very shortly. Rennhofer now pulling away from Mikkel Pedersen in 5th place. Through round the final corner. As now Klus goes bump drafting on the back of Morris Schmeis, trying to go for 2nd position. Just over 1:10 left to go, plus an additional lap. Mega now has a lead of 5.5 of a second, as the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen, I think, having to is battling away with Kian Agasade. So Valentin Klus needs to start moving forward to try and get past, first of all, Morris Schmeis, and then try and close down on Fahin Mega. But Mega still having the measure of the lead of the race in the latter stages. They come around the final corner, onto the start-finish straight. Red flag. Red flag has just been called.
der stimmt, der vor uns hinten rausgefahren ist, der gehümpelt hat. Der vor uns ist einer hinten rausgefahren und der hätte gehümpelt.
Der ausgefallen ist, oder?
Ja?
Paddock-Anmeldung. Startnummer 228, 228, Louis Jacobs, sofort zum Sportkommissar. 228, Louis Jacobs, sofort zum Sportkommissar. Vielen Dank. Anmeldung, Anmeldung. Louis Jacobs, Rennnummer 228. Louis Jacobs 228. Sofort bis zum Sportkommissar. Sofort bis zum Sportkommissar. Vielen Dank. We now come to our penultimate race of the first day of competition. And this time it is Senior Rotax. Race 3. Here's the grid. So on pole position will be Luca Costa in the 366. Tim Micromax will be alongside on the first row in the 303. Fabian Bock in the 318 and Luca Thiel in the 399 will be alongside for row 2. Then it is Denny Bound and Linus Hensen in the 383 and the 333 on row number 3 itself. Philipp Hamfrecht in the 337 and Julia Ponkratz in the 307 round out the top 4 rows. Jan Heinen in the 316 and Norton Griffith Falke in the 304 complete the top 10. Then it's Bastian Barlage, Lasse Reinhardt in the 329 and the 305 respectively, rounding out row 6. Then it's Yannick Hermann in the 325, the 338 of Janis Stiak, the 306 of Yuri Tenhef, the 328 of Vivian Michel Reit, Max Busch in the 313, Lukas Vavjinak in the 369 with Lukas Thompson in the 312 and Lukas Hartmann in the 309, rounding out the 20 strong. All drivers on the latter part of the formation lap. 14 minutes will be set on the timer, ready to go out when we go racing. So the driver's now heading towards the final corner, the right-hand sweeper that brings them onto the start-finish straight. They split and head into the tram lines. Revs rise. And it is a good start. Off we go in towards turn 1 for the first time. And Fabian Bock trying to go up the inside of Tim Micromax, going into the first couple of corners as the whole field trying to make its way through. Two abreast at some points, and Tim Micromax run on the back bumper of Luca Costa. Tim Micromax has got through, and Luca Costa gets held up to dry on the outside of the exit of the chicane coming through, and they were side by side. Now the drivers make their way through into the last chicane on the circuit for the first time of asking. And looks like Lukas Hartmann might have just got past Lukas Thompson for 19th position at the back of the field as the leaders now come round to complete the first lap. So it's Luca Thiel that now leads. Tim Micromax, Fabian Bock. Tim Micromax looking to go for the lead and trying to get the switch back through turn 2 and 3. And it's side by side nearly between Linus Hansen and Philipp Hamfrecht. But the top 3 line astern. Luca Thiel still leading. Well, no, Tim Micromax leading now as on that earlier first couple of corners in that lap, managed to get past through for the lead. Now the rest of the field will start to give chase. Linus Hansen leading that charge at the moment. Philipp Hamfrecht rounding out the top 5. As we've had a bit of a moment for one of the drivers, looks to be possibly Lukas Thompson maybe. As now Luca Thiel trying to go and engage back up the inside on the same corner where Tim Micromax got past just a lap ago. So at the moment, Linus Hansen up into fourth place, Julia Ponkratz up into 6th ahead of Norton Griffith Falke in 7th, Finn Stiak, Bastian Barlage and Denny Bount round out the top 10 positions. Lukas Thompson at the moment rounds out the 20 strong field, so everyone is running at the minute. As now Luca Thiel trying to get past Tim Micromax, who is leading. Fabian Bock, Linus Hansen now engage into the battle lines. As now Tim Micromax goes ultra defensive. Oh my goodness me, Luca Thiel manages to get past and retake the lead as Linus Hansen up the inside of Fabian Bock to take 3rd place at the very same moment. As now the 3.38s of Finn Stiak trying to go side by side with Philipp Hamfrecht, who has been racing in Porsches quite recently as in Super Cup. Oh, there's been a massive incident coming out of the chicane. 2 carts involved, and Linus Hansen now takes the lead. And one of them is Tim Micromax. So Tim Micromax involved in the incident, and the other driver was the 307 of Julia Ponkratz. So Ponkratz had nowhere to go. Tim Micromax, I think, got spun around, and Ponkratz had nowhere to go. And they both ended up at the back part of the field. The train at the front of the field is now starting to elongate, even though Linus Hansen now leads on lap number 5. As Hamfrecht sends it up the inside of Fabian Bock to take 3rd position. Right up the back bumper of Fabian Bock is now Finn Stiak, as the 366 of Kurtz are trying to get past Bastian Barlage for position. And that is getting very, very dicey, very close quarter combat there, as the 304 of Nino Falke gets up into 5th place. So Linus Hensen leads. Luca Thiel looks to be in second position. Philipp Hamfrecht now up into third place. So Tim Micromax and Julia Ponkratz are still circulating. They are at the back end of the field. As now Luca Thiel trying to sense the opportunity of getting past Linus Hensen for the lead. As we now are on lap number 6. 9 minutes and 23 seconds still to go. As Finn Stiak trying to battle away with Norton Griffith Falke. As now Thiel strikes and goes up the inside of Linus Hensen to now take the lead. And the battle for what is now 5th place. That was very, very close indeed, that Finn Stiak tried to go up the inside of Norton Griffith Falke, but the latter actually closed the door very, very early defensively, not allowing Finn Stiak to get past. But in the meantime, Barlage, Kirster and Bent, they are all quite close. 5-second penalty now has been issued to the 3:25 of Yannick Herrmann. As now Hensen trying to force the issue with Luca Thiel, who still continues to lead. The pair were 55 thousandths of a second apart across the start-finish line last time around, as Kurtzer trying to go up the inside of Barlage, I believe, is now... And that was very, very close there between the 304 and Finch of Falke and Stiak managed to get past up into 5th place. So now the chase really begins. 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. So now Thiel and Hensen battling away over the lead. This is going to start to allow Hamfrecht to close, and that is what Hamfrecht is doing. The gap now between second and third is just under 0.6 of a second, and Hamfrecht has been the one that has put in the fastest lap and has gone sub 52 seconds. 51.888 from the 3:37. Fabian Bock still sitting in 4th position. Finn Stiak in 5th. Luca Kurtzer, who managed to hang on despite hitting the left wall coming out of the final corner to take the win in race 2. Rounds out the top 6. Denny Bount, Bastien Barlage, Max Busch and Norton Griffith Falke round out the top 10. And this time, Hensen closes up as they come across the start-finish line rather than being right in the slipstream. As, nearly a bit of a collection between Norton Griffith Falke and Juri Tenhaf going into turns 2 and 3. Looks like Tenhaf's made the move through. Still plenty of the race left to go, 6 minutes and 20 plus 1 lap. Drivers that have also made up positions: Bastien Barlage in 7th, Max Busch in 8th place in the 3:29 and the 3:13 respectively. And Hensen is just making sure that what Luca Thiel is doing all the work. And Luca Thiel is the one that's going to have to really start defending when we get towards the closing stages, unless Linus Hensen senses a chance that a move can be made, and it needs to be done cleanly and fairly. Hamfrecht still closing. Fabian Bock is also starting to improve on lap times and has just set a personal best of a 52.014 as we're now on lap number 10. So Juri Tenhaf getting passed up into the top 10. Julia Ponkratz has got past Vivian Michel Reit after that early incident, as Hensen still having that chance. It's about a couple of kart lengths between the 3:99 and the 333. It was 2 tenths between them when they crossed the line last time around, as Luca Thiel on lap number 10 set the fastest lap of the race of a 51.7 dead second lap time. Henson is keeping in close proximity and was just on 93 thousandths off. So Köster now coming under pressure in P6. Has got Max Busch, who's got Bastien Barlage, Denny Bound and Yuri Tenhef closing. And they are coming, they're covered by just over 1.1 seconds. As Denny Bound closes on Bastien Barlage. But in the meantime, Lukas Hartmann drops 2 places down to 14th position, having passed by Yannick Herrmann and Lasse Reinhardt. But the pace has slightly dropped off for Philipp Hamfrecht, who might be saving a little bit in reserve, but there are still 3.25 minutes plus a lap still to go. Leaders not really separated at the moment, but Linus Henson gets a better run coming through the penultimate right-hander. Through the final corner they come. Henson looking a bit more closer to the back bumper of Lucas Hill, and again bump drafts down into turns 1 and 2. As it's side by side between the 306 of Yuri Tenhaf, who gets past Bastien Barlage for 9th place. They went side by side into the right-hand kink at turn 1. And they've got Denny Bound just up ahead. Three minutes to go, plus a lap. Running order at the moment is Luca Thiel, Linus Henson, Philipp Hamfrecht rounding out the top 3 positions. Fabian Bock and Finn Stiak complete the top 5 ahead of Luca Köster, Max Busch, Denny Bound, Yuri Tenhef and Bastien Barlage that ran out the top 10. Falke in 11th, Herrmann, Reinhardt, Hartmann, Thompson, Vajinak, Heinen, Ponkratz, Micromax and Heit round out the 20 that are still circulating after 13 laps completed. As Denny Bound now drops down to 10th position. But it is not a case of if, it is a case of when will Linus Henson decide to go for the move that will decide the eventual victory in the 3rd and final senior Rotax race. But last time around, Luca Thiel set the fastest lap of a 51.669. Does a 51.711. Linus Henson closes up in the braking zone again, even though he was over a 1/10 of a second off on pure lap pace. As the 3.12 of Lukas Thompson goes up the inside of Lasse Reinhardt into the first corner. And Tim Micromax trying to get past Julia Ponkratz and gets up the inside of the 3.07. Through turn 2, leaders now coming towards the back part of the circuit. So the battle for 8th still very much well and truly on between Tenhaf, Barlage and Bound. Linus Henson now goes for the lead, and up the inside of Luca Thiel goes the 333, and then it's a switchback from the 399 through the second part of the double right-hander and manages to get past. Denny Bound trying to go past Bastien Barlage going through into turn 2, but can't get past. Not enough room to make it through there. So into the last half minute. So the key point now is that if Linus Henson closes on Luca Thiel and tries to do the same, he's going to need to leave it very, very late on the brakes as applicable. But this time around, Henson is not close enough. So on to the penultimate lap. Timer has expired, 14 minutes have counted down and hit 0. And a couple of laps ago, that was Linus Hensen's opportunity to try and get past and take the win, as the 3:12 of Lukas Thompson gets past Yannick Herrmann. That is for 12th position. So into the last chicane on the circuit go the two leaders, as does our third place driver Philipp Hamfrecht. So Luca Thiel still leading. Henson not close enough to get a good enough slipstream, coming out of the right hand sweeper onto the start finish straight. Final lap board is out. Just over, as Henson's gone for the lead. He was way back, and he's got past on the approach into turns 2 and 3 on the final time, as now Luca Thiel senses the urgency in trying to get back past. Up the inside goes the 399, up on the inside of the 333, manages to get through, as now Henson counter-attacks, goes to the right, goes to the left, into the chicane, and now Philipp Hamfrecht has seen the two battling, and that's given him the motivation to go, well, if 2's company, 3's the crowd, they come into the final chicane for the last time. It is going to be a pretty much a run to the line, as Henson goes defensive on Hamfrecht, who goes to the outside of the penultimate corner. Now, Hamfrecht could have a good run. The top 3 come out of the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to dart out first and try and go for it? It's not enough, because Luca Thiel takes the win by 41 thousandths of a second. Philipp Hamfrecht was just 0.176 away from taking the victory if he managed to get a better run coming out of the penultimate and the final right-hand corners. Fabian Bock takes 4th place ahead of Finn Stiak. Luca Köster takes 6th. Max Busch in 7th in the 313 ahead of Juri Tenhef. Bastian Barlage and Danny Bout rounding out the top 10 positions. Norton Griffith Falke takes 11th ahead of Lukas Thompson, with Yannick Herrmann, Lasse Reinhardt and Lukas Hartmann rounding out the top 15. Jan Heinen will take 16th position at the end of that race ahead of Lukas Vajanak, with Julia Ponkratz, Tim Mika Metz and Vivian Michel Heitz making it all 20 senior Rotax drivers making it to the checkered flag. The 17th and final race of the day to conclude the first day of action for the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here in Saxony. Let's have a look at the final grid of the day, the 17th and final race of Saturday. So, starting on pole position, who quite comfortably won the last race by over 4.4 seconds, Niklas Krenz in the 431 will have Florian Breitenbach alongside for company in the 433. Hannes Border in the 468 will have the 413. So we do have a problem that the 409 of Tim Stender not being able to make it out of the pre-grid, but Steinert will start in 4th ahead of Jonas Wolscheid and Oliver Breitenbach. Yannick Jacobs and Mark Bartels will complete the top 8 positions ahead of Maximilian Dombos in the 414 and Dennis Thiem in the 404. Max Fleischmann will start in 11th position, Franziska Blum will start 12th, with Tim Stender looking to be starting at the end of the pit lane, with Ronny Göttler and Jana Stier completing the 15 strong. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry for one final time here, with a further few more races to come tomorrow. So it will be down to Niklas Krenz and Florian Breitenbach to control the rolling start formation. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for one final time here on Saturday. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Saw some great racing in the previous encounter. Now we have them to close the action here as the sunshine beats down, bathing the track with a very warm glow. They now come towards the final corner here at the 1,315 meter circuit. They now split, head into the tram lines. Things will start building as we go racing. One final time on Saturday is a good start, and we go off and racing. Good start by Niklas Krenz to get the lead initially as they all start filtering their way through into turns 2 and 3. As now Hannes Border up into second position as Florian Breitenbach trying to go up the inside of Jonas Wolscheid and takes back third position. Marcel Steinert now trying to go around the outside, and then there's a driver on the inside. That's Oliver Breitenbach going 3 abreast into the chicane. That's dicey at its level best, and they still manage, even with the slightest amount of contact, to get through. And it's 2 abreast coming out of the corner on the far right, far left of the circuit. And through the chicane, it's also 2 abreast between 2 respective competitors. As now the top 3 will start breaking away early as we now come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. Niklas Krenz leads. Hannes Border and Jonas Wolscheid were the top 3, but Florian Breitenbach and Oliver Breitenbach now. So there has been a few of the old changes, the old switcheroos up and down the order, but the leaders coming through the top 3. So Krenz leads, and that is the 4:33 of Florian Breitenbach, who is up into second position. Jonas Wolscheid, Marcel Steinert, Oliver Breitenbach now round out the top 5 positions. Yannick Jacobs in the 4:11 in 6th place. Max Fleischmann has now got up into 7th in the early phase of the race and ran at the back end of the field. Is Franziska Blum. It looks like Tim Stender wasn't able to make it out onto the circuit, having technical problems in the pre-grid. As Yannick Jacobs trying to get past Oliver Breitenbach, 4th position, but the Nice Racing driver not willing to give up that place easily. As Jonas Wolscheid also trying to make some moves up the order. As now Yannick Jacobs gets past Oliver Breitenbach, and Max Fleischmann sort of holds off a little bit there, trying not to go through the same place, as they are absolutely squabbling at the back end of the field. Jana Stier trying to make her way through traffic. Oh my goodness, Jana Stier gets lifted off the circuit, trying to go up the inside. And that was probably with Maximilian Dornbos. So Jana Stier goes backwards into the plastic barrier, and there are 3 carts involved, double waved yellows. So Jana Stier went skywards and was thrown backwards. But the main thing is that Jana Stier got out of the cart unassisted. So double waved yellows, no overtaking whatsoever at the double right. 2 drivers now eliminated. And that looks to be Maximilian Dombos and also Jana Stier as a direct result. So both drivers to safety, both carts off the racing line. Full course green flag conditions. Circuit wide. We now have 10 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Niklas Krenz is not going to have it easy because there are 2 drivers trying to catch up and try to pass, as Florian Breitenbach and Hannes Border are well, between the top three, they are covered by just over half a second. But there is one driver that's starting to, as also Franziska Blum looks to have also parked it. Honey Gertler trying to go up the inside of Oliver Breitenbach. Going into turn 5, tries to make the move. The pair goes side by side. Gertler gets through. As Florian Breitenbach now trying to put the hustle on Niklas Krenz to go for the win. But initially you have to get the lead in your pocket first of all before you can start trying to break away from the opposition. And they have slightly dropped Hannes Border in the process. Marcel Steinert rounds out the top 4 ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Then Max Fleischmann making good steady progress up into 6th place as the leaders cross the line. On to lap number 6. So we have 4 retirees, unfortunately. We're down to 11 competitors. At the end of it is Mark Bartels. Honey Gertler now up into 8th place. But we've had Maximilian Dombos, Jana Stier and Franziska Blum, and also Tim Stender, who did not start the race. But now with the pace that both Florian Breitenbach, who's just incidentally set the fastest lap of a 50.749, is closing on Niklas Krenz. The pair were nearly a tenth of a second apart last time. They came around to complete lap number 5. We're now going to complete lap number 6 as Breitenbach gets a really good run coming out of the right-hand sweeper. Half a kart length between the leader and second position as they go into turn 2. Krenz still holding on to the lead for the minute. Hannes Border looking now a bit distant in 3rd place, but Marcel Steinert now trying to close us up in towards the lead. Goes Florian Breitenbach up the inside of Niklas Krenz. And then through into the chicane, the right-left, then it's the left-right. And then it comes back on itself before another right-left chicane. 8 minutes and 17 seconds plus an additional lap. 11 competitors out of the 15 that were due to start still competing. So Krenz was leading, is now in the hands of Florian Breitenbach in the 4:33, who crosses the line to lead after 7 laps. And has got a gap over Niklas Krenz of nearly 0.3 of a second. Hannes Border in 3rd, Marcel Steinert, Yannick Jacobs ran out the top 5. Fleischmann 6th, Wolscheid 7th, Gertler, Oliver Breitenbach and Dennis Thiem ran out the top 10, with Mark Bartels languishing a little bit further down the order in 11th and the final position. But at the moment, between the top 3 drivers, Hannes Border on the last lap was quicker than the pair in front by only half a tenth ahead of Florian Breitenbach, who continues to lead ahead of Niklas Krenz. Krenz was the slowest out of the 3 with a 51.131, but then Florian Breitenbach now goes pretty quick, as does Niklas Krenz. They're both running in the 50.7s. But by 29 thousandths of a second, Krenz is denied the fastest lap of the race so far. Marcel Steinert now hits the 50-second bracket. A 50.871. Best lap time from the number 413 from RS Competition. Currently sits at 50.771 seconds. Leaders now fast approaching the conclusion of lap 9. And you can now see that the top 5 separate covered by 2.80 seconds. Florian Breitenbach continues to lead. Niklas Krenz looking to try and chase him down and goes quicker, but Marcel Steinert sets the fastest lap. 50.643. So Steinert closing on Hannes Border. Border is about 1.4 seconds off of Niklas Krenz, who is in turn just under 0.3 of a second off of Florian Breitenbach, who continues to lead. We're about to hit double figures in terms of laps completed. So the leaders now coming through in towards the double right-hander. And that gap looks to be slightly extending. Once again, they come across the start-finish line. Gap now up to 0.439 of a second. Florian Breitenbach now sets the fastest lap of the race once again. As Mark Bartels looks to have called it early and decided to park the number 488 from 42 competition on lap number 8. As the leaders now are on lap number 11, we go into the last 5 minutes plus an additional lap of the race day. So the leaders again cross the line once more. And we've gone even quicker. Ronnie Göttler last time around went in and put the fastest lap of the race and has gone sub 50.5 seconds, 50.491. Gap between Florian Breitenbach and Niklas Krenz now extends to 0.473 as Ronnie Göttler has now got past Paralympic Germany's very own Jonas Wolscheid. And Göttler now up into 7th position, but is still nearly 1.3 seconds adrift off of the 4:07 of FM Racing's Max Fleischmann. So still 10 drivers competing. And it was quite close between the two leaders. Now we've had someone run wide and go off into the gravel off of the penultimate corner on the circuit. And that is Yannick Jacobs. Yannick Jacobs has had drama just a handful of moments away from the end of the race, and that's an instant retirement. So Yannick Jacobs from Kraft Motorsport on the Tony Kart chassis is out of the race, having run in the top 5 for the majority of it. But still, the gap remains pretty much the same between the top 2 at the moment. As Marcel Steinert starting to come under fire from Hannes Border in the 468 from Kartsport Klim. So this is the battle for 3rd position as the 2 leaders cross the stripe, and the gap between them now is just under 7 tenths. And we've had a penalty issued to Maximilian Dombos, who has had a time penalty added of 5 additional seconds for causing an avoidable collision. So Yannick Jacobs now pretty much will be confirmed as a retirement as we head into the business end of the race day action here in Mülsen. And Steiner now trying to hang on, as Hannes Border last time around was about 1.5 tenths adrift as they came across the start-finish line. Leaders will now come across to complete lap 14. As Breitenbach now has nearly a second advantage over Krenz. Steinert extends the gap to just over 0.3 of a second. As Max Fleischmann still stays now in what is 5th position as a result of the sudden retirement due to a mechanical drama for Yannick Jacobs. But then Ronnie Göttler, Jonas Wolscheid and Oliver Breitenbach now will be battling over what is 6th position. And Göttler leads that by just under half a second from Jonas Wolscheid. Into the last 90 seconds. And Florian Breitenbach continues to assert a comfortable lead. It's not much, but it will do. And the gap now goes to just under 1.1 seconds. So by my calculations, we'll have this plus another 2 laps of racing still to go. So Florian Breitenbach still leads. The battle for 6th position is the one that's really keeping my interest at the moment, because it could end up being the battle for 5th if Ronnie Göttler manages to claw back some of that 8.5 tenths of a second disadvantage that is not in his favour, but is in the favour of Max Fleischmann in 5th place, who's just up ahead. Jonas Wolscheid not too far behind Ronnie Göttler and is closing a little bit on the 499. So we head on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 16. So 15 seconds on the clock remaining. And when Florian Breitenbach gets to the far part of the circuit, the timer will have expired for the last time today. 17 races pretty much completed. And as he goes through the chicane, the timer runs out. 14 minutes are done and dusted. So the final lap board to complete the first day of competition for the opening weekend of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season is being shown to Nies Racing's 433, Florian Breitenbach, who now has a lead of 1.1 seconds over Niklas Krenz. Marcel Steinert rounds out the top three. Hannes Border in fourth, Max Fleischmann in fifth. Ronny Göttler is just 0.3 of a second ahead of Jonas Wolscheid. Oliver Breitenbach and Dennis Thiem round out the 9 that are still circulating. As Dennis Thiem goes through the infield straight away, but just one more chicane and then a couple of right-handers to go. As Florian Breitenbach now will this time see the checkered flag. As the day's racing action comes to a close here in Saxony, round the final corner. The DD2 race winner for race 3, it is Florian Breitenbach. Niklas Krenz takes second. Marcel Steinert in third place. Hannes Border finishes ahead of the ever quickly closing Max Fleischmann, who on the final lap of the race sets the fastest lap and takes 5th place ahead of Ronny Göttler. Jonas Wolscheid in 7th position ahead of Oliver Breitenbach, with Dennis Thiem completing the 9 drivers that did finish the race. We did have some retirements, unfortunately, that Yannick Jacobs retired abruptly on lap 11. Mark Bartels on lap 8. Jana Stier, Franziska Blum and Maximilian Dombos finished the 14 drivers that managed to make it to the start, but were all eliminated on lap 2, with Tim Stender not able to make the start. Well, that concludes the racing action for day 1 of the competition here at the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season opener here in Mülsen, in the fantastic Arena E circuit in Saxony. Just to keep you all updated, that warm-ups will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, morgen früh started warm-ups 9 Uhr morgen. So, really on behalf of everyone here at Cam Company GmbH, the Rotax Max Challenge Germany, and also MW Race Consulting, a big thank you to you all for watching. Und bis morgen, wir sehen uns. Schönes Abend.